My grandmother, Alara, wasn't a mystical woman. She was practical, a no-nonsense woman who believed in a firm handshake, a sharp tongue, and the absolute power of a good, strong cup of black coffee. She didn't talk about angels or spirits, except for one thing that she was absolutely clear on. "Don't worry about me," she'd tell us every time we left her house. "When my time comes, I'm going straight to the good place, and I'll let you know I made it." Then she'd tap the mahogany kitchen table with her knuckles. 3 solid rhythmic raps. Knock, knock, knock. That's my signal. Just 3 little knocks. If you hear it, you stop worrying. It basically became a sort of family legend, a dark joke we whispered at holidays. None of us really believed it, of course. Not until the day that we had to. Grandma Alara passed away in her sleep at 94, in a care facility 3 states away from me. The funeral was exactly what she would have wanted. Short, unsentimental, and followed by terrible tuna casserole. I flew back home the next day, exhausted and heavy with that dull, crushing grief. It only comes when a true pillar of your life is gone. I remember that morning vividly. It was a Saturday. I was sitting at my kitchen table nursing a coffee that was nowhere near as good as hers, going through the stacks of sympathy cards I hadn't yet had emotional energy to open. The house was utterly silent. I couldn't help but feel that life would just be a little more silent from now on. I was officially worrying. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks. Not a doorbell. Not a tree branch at the window. These were deliberate, weighty raps on the front door. The kind that vibrate the floorboards. Regardless of where the knocks came from, the sound was identical to the ones that she made on her kitchen table for decades. I thought of her instantly, but my logical thought came next. It was a neighbor. I stood up, walked quickly to the front window, and looked out. But the porch was empty. There was no one standing there, no car in the driveway. The heavy storm door was closed. There was no strong breeze or anything to create that kind of impact. Nothing to replicate knocking. Maybe I was mistaken, I thought. I imagined it. Of course. Grief, I'm sure. I walked toward the door, telling myself that I was being ridiculous. Then, before I could reach the knob again, the knocking. Knock, knock, knock. This time it was louder, almost demanding. It felt like it was resonating through the wood itself. I'm not sure where I got the nerve, but I pressed my face to the peephole. Still nothing. Just the bright, empty morning sun on the front porch steps. As I turned and made my way back to the kitchen, a wave of intense cold washed over me. And then it was followed by warmth, the feeling of a blanket being put on you. It was so strange, but I wasn't afraid. It was a sense of calm that had settled over me. I realized that after a lifetime of talking about a sign, I was finally getting it. I turned around and placed my hand flat on the cool wood of the front door, right where the sound seemed to have originated. "I hear you, Grandma," I whispered. Tears were genuinely blurring my vision as I told her, "I know it's you. Thank you for letting me know." I stood there for a long moment, waiting. There were no more knocks or temperature changes, just me in the silent house. But as the fear receded, it was replaced by a profound, comforting sense of release, a lightness in my chest that hadn't been there since she passed. Of course, I never heard that triple knock again, But in the years since, whenever I catch myself worrying about the future, feeling overwhelmed or struck with grief, I instinctively press my knuckles to a tabletop, and I just hear her silent threefold promise. It might not be the most terrifying encounter of my life, maybe the most impactful, because it was proof that some part of a person, the part that keeps its promises, doesn't just disappear. I've been in law enforcement for over 16 years in Texas. 16 years of seeing more than my fair share of tragic, creepy, and downright unexplainable things. From murder scenes to suicides to fatality accidents. Sometimes a place just feels different. It's an intuition you learn to trust. I've posted here before about a burglary in progress call I responded to. But there was one call, a death notification that sticks with me because of how quickly and quietly the reality shifted. I may have shared it before, but it bears repeating. The call came in around 12:30 a.m. I had to contact the family of a deceased woman named Susan, who was involved in a fatal car accident just a few miles from her home. It was a rural area. It was the type of drive where your headlights are the only light source for miles. By the time I turned onto the long, unpaved road leading to the residence, it was pitch black and dead silent. I pulled up to the property gate about 50 yards shy of the house itself, and that's when I saw a woman. She was standing right by the gate, in the shadows cast by my cruiser. She was wearing light clothing that seemed thin for the middle of the night. I had my doubts about her being the resident, but she was the only one out there. I killed the engine. She spoke before I could even open the door. Her voice was calm, almost unnervingly so. I heard you coming from miles away, officer. I asked her if she lived at the residence, and she confirmed she did. I explained why I was there, the need to speak with the occupants, and I asked her to meet me at the front door. She agreed, but said she needed to walk the distance. It's a short walk, but I need the time to gather myself, she said. I let her walk ahead while I drove slowly toward the house. Something felt off about the pace, even the darkness and her composure, but I chalked it up to shock. This was Texas. People out here dealt with sudden tragedy differently. I parked near the small wooden porch and I stepped out. I expected her to be right there, maybe already waiting on the steps, but the porch was empty. I hadn't seen her disappear, and yet I thought I'd had my eyes on her the whole time. It was 1 a.m. and completely dark. I started scanning the driveway and the surrounding yard, shining my flashlight everywhere. Where did she go in 75 yards? There was nowhere to hide, just shrub and open space. Just as the unnerving realization started to sink in, the front door opened. A younger woman appeared, looking startled by my presence. She was immediately concerned and asked if everything was okay. I asked if I could speak with her and any other adults inside. She welcomed me in. I paused on the threshold, hesitating. I told her I was waiting for the woman I'd just met near the gate. The daughter's expression immediately became tight with confusion. Nobody else should be home, officer, just me and my husband. That line sort of froze me in place. I stopped my casual search of the yard and went on full alert, circling the house quickly. Nothing. Nobody. I entered the residence with their permission and delivered the news about her mother, Susan. The daughter and her husband were instantly heartbroken, of course. While they were comforting one another, I tried to focus on the routine, on the walls, on anything but the empty space where this woman's mother should have been. My eyes fell on a wall of framed photographs. There was this picture of a middle-aged woman that immediately stuck out to me. She had the same eyes and the same build, the same stillness in her posture as the woman I was just speaking with outside. I pointed to it with my voice being tight. I said, "Who's this?" The daughter looked up, tears streaming down her face, and confirmed, "That's my mother, Susan. That's the woman who passed." I spoke with the ghost of the individual who had died in the crash, just moments before telling her family what had happened. She was there to meet me, to prepare herself, maybe to prepare them too. This experience prompted me to start sharing stories like these from the job. If you're interested, I'll keep you updated on my YouTube channel. I have lots more. This is a story my great-grandpa told my family for as long as anyone can remember. It happened long before I was born, back when my mom and aunts were little. I've heard it so many times that I can picture it clear as day, like I was there myself. They'd been visiting my great-grandpa's brother that night. It was late when they finally pulled into the driveway. It was country dark, where the trees blend into the sky. My great-grandpa noticed right away that something was off. The back door was open, not all the way, just cracked, like someone had slipped in or out and hadn't bothered to close it. He said that his stomach did that thing immediately. The door was never left unlocked. He told my great-grandma and the kids to stay in the car. My mom remembers how serious his voice sounded. Quiet, but firm. The kind of tone that you don't argue with. He reached under the driver's seat and took out his pistol, then went in alone. He said the air inside felt wrong the moment he stepped through the door. The house was still, but not in a peaceful way. It was the kind of silence that presses on your ears, heavy and expectant. He'd only made it a few steps into the kitchen when he saw something. At first, he thought it was an animal, a large cat, maybe, like a bobcat or something that had wandered in. But as his eyes adjusted, he realized it wasn't shaped quite right. The body was too low, too long, and it wasn't moving like any animal he'd ever seen. He said it was pitch black, so dark it didn't seem to reflect the light from his flashlight at all, like the shape itself swallowed the light instead. And then it moved. It darted forward in a blur, silent and fast. He didn't even think he just fired, point blank. The shot echoed through the house. But the thing didn't react or flinch or slow down. It rushed past him, out through the open back door, and vanished into the night. Outside, my great-grandma and the kids saw it too. My mom says that she remembers seeing a dark, shapeless figure burst from the doorway, like a humanoid plume of smoke disappearing into the tree line. Not a person, just person-shaped. Once my great-grandpa was sure they were all safe, he searched the house top to bottom, every room, every corner. Nothing was disturbed. No broken glass, no claw marks, no sign of a struggle. He went back out with a lantern, checking for blood or tracks, anything that might explain it, but there was nothing. Not a single footprint in the dirt. He checked again the next morning, hoping daylight might reveal something he'd missed. Still, nothing. The ground was soft from rain, but there were no impressions. No trace that anything had been there at all. But where was his brother? He'd show up again in 2 days, having no idea what my great-grandfather was talking about. No one else should have been there, and he'd never seen a shadow with shape. My great-grandpa wasn't the type to make things up. He was an old-school kind of man, steady and not easily shaken. He hunted, he farmed, he fixed everything himself, spent time in the woods, the mountains. If he said something scared him, he took it seriously. And he always said that night was the only time in his life he ever felt real fear. He never called it a ghost or a demon, nothing like that. He'd just say that it wasn't any animal I know, and it wasn't human. To this day, my family still talks about it whenever we visit that old house, the one that belonged to my great-uncle. No one knows what that thing was, but we all believe my great-grandpa. Still, I'd really love to know what he saw that night. I went to college in rural Appalachia, and if you spend any time there, you hear the rules. Don't whistle in the woods, never stay out after dark, ignore crying sounds deep in the trees. They sound like silly superstitions until you're actually out there. I kept trying to forget about this story, but years later, the sheer panic of the night still surfaces, so it's worth sharing. This particular night, I ignored the most important rule: stay out of the woods from dusk till dawn. I was on a very rural, isolated stretch of the Blue Ridge Parkway with my girlfriend. We found a pull-off perfect for watching the sunset. It was beautiful, silent, and felt entirely safe. We got comfortable, laying down in the back of my car to watch the colors fade. We got so relaxed we started dozing off. I woke up naturally, maybe 45 minutes after the sun had completely dropped. The transition was instantaneous and jarring. It wasn't just dark, it was smothering. Absolute blackness that seemed to press in from all sides. The initial beauty was gone. And the first thing I noticed was the silence. The woods had been full of chirps and late-day buzzing before we fell asleep. Now they were dead quiet. No crickets or wind, just a heavy, unnatural vacuum. This sickening feeling instantly washed over me. It was the primal, unmistakable sense of being watched. Not just observed, but hunted even. I felt every hair stand up, and the back of my neck prickled with a cold dread that had nothing to do with the temperature. I knew we needed to leave now. I gently tried to shake my girlfriend awake, trying to keep my movements slow and quiet, terrified of making a sound. And that's when the silence finally broke. It wasn't a rustle or a snap of a twig. It was a sound that punched the dark and ripped right through me. A gut-wrenching, full-throated scream from the woods right beside the car. I know what mountain lions and foxes sound like. This was not an animal. This was the sound of a full-grown human being screaming bloody, agonizing murder. It sounded like pure, unfiltered terror, maybe suffering. I reacted instantly. Adrenaline flooded my system. I scrambled out of the car, slammed the trunk shut, and I sprinted to the driver's door, fumbling for the lock. As my hand went from the ignition, the sound changed. The screaming stopped, replaced by an unsettling, almost maniacal, cackling laughter. It seemed to be traveling and getting closer. And beneath the laughter, I heard a distinct, heavy thud of footsteps bolting straight toward us through the brush. My key twisted in the ignition. The engine roared to life. I didn't look in the mirrors or look toward the trees. I didn't care about the gravel flying. I matted the gas pedal, and I got the hell out of there. The car fishtailed slightly on the loose dirt, and the sounds, the laughter, the heavy running, were instantly swallowed by the distance. Neither of us spoke the entire drive back to campus. We were both pale, shaking, just staring straight ahead. I've avoided that stretch of the parkway ever since. There's no hiking trails or buildings or campsites anywhere near where we parked. I have absolutely no idea what was out there. All I know is that if I hadn't woke up exactly when I did, well, I don't even want to think about what could have happened. I guess I'd just say, don't go wandering in those woods after dark. Some rules are worth abiding by. It was late summer when this happened. Humid air, still as glass. My mother had gone to bed hours ago, and I was the last one awake. I remember because the clock on the wall had just clicked past midnight, and I was sitting at the kitchen table, trying to finish a book. The window over the sink was open, and I could hear the crickets, and the slow groan of the back porch swing moving in the wind. Except there wasn't any wind. Not that night. At first, I thought maybe it was the old wooden frame shifting, but then I heard it again. The slow creak, like weight being added and released, back and forth. I got up, still holding my book, and I peered out the window. The porch light was off, but there was just enough moonlight to see the swing. It was moving, gently, the way that it does when someone sits in it. Only no one was there. Then the swing stopped, in a way that can only be described as unnatural. Then from the darkness of the tree line surrounding the house, something moved. It wasn't a person, I knew that right away. It was far too tall and thin, and it just didn't move right. It stepped forward, just enough for the light to catch on its shape, and my heart literally stopped. I couldn't make out a face, only the absence of one. A darker patch of black in the night. I'd never seen anything like it. I blinked and it was gone. The swing creaked again. I don't know what made me do it, but I went to the back door. Maybe I thought I'd imagined it. Maybe I just wanted to prove I wasn't scared, even though I was. I flipped on the porch light and the swing was perfectly still now. But the door, the one that had been locked 100 times before, was cracked open just an inch. My mom was meticulous about locking up, always double-checking, always. I pushed it shut, locked it again, and stood there listening. Nothing but my own pulse in my ears. But then something pressed against the side of the door. Just one soft, deliberate push, enough to make the wood creak inward. I remember whispering, "Mom," before realizing she couldn't have made it downstairs that fast. The pressure stayed there, steady, just holding. When I stepped back, it stopped. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the hallway until the sun came up, watching that door, waiting for the knob to turn. The next morning, when I went outside, I saw footprints in the dew, bare, human-shaped, but too long, with deep impressions where the toes should have been. They led from the woods straight to the porch and stopped right at the door. Nothing led away from the house. It's been years since that night, and that was the only incident I ever had. The house is gone now, sold, torn down, replaced by something newer. But I still dream about the house. Sometimes just the porch swing. I do roadside service for a living. Batteries, flats, jump starts. Nights mostly because that's when people discover they don't have a spare. I like it. You get the road to yourself and the folks that you help are grateful because it's you or a long walk through a cold nothing. This was in the Upper Peninsula, on a shoulder that barely qualifies as one. Late March, that time when snow is old and mean and the slush has sand in it. Wind off the trees makes a low hum like the power lines. A guy in a Camry called out for a shredded tire. He'd limped to a patch of gravel past a curve and then realized that the jack in his trunk was decorative. He rode with me to the next wide spot, as I don't change tires with my back end hanging into a blind corner. I set cones, chalked the wheel, Went into the flow that I've done 1,000 times. Pop the trunk, pull the donut, and break the lugs. The guy kept apologizing like it was a moral failing to hit a pothole. I told him not to worry about it, and I meant it. You can tell when somebody just needs instructions to follow so they don't spin out. So I said, stand by the passenger side door, hands in your pockets, and face the headlights. People like a job. I knelt down with the slush soaking my knee immediately. The iron bit, then stuttered. Michigan rust gives you a choice between steady pressure and prayer. I was working the second lug when I got that feeling, like a radio station tuning in. It was the sense of being watched, but not by a person. I've done nights long enough to have a list. Deer, coyotes, a drunk. This felt like none of those. The hair went up on my arms, even with layers. There was a gap in the snowbank where a culvert ran under the road. Black mouth, cattails frozen into brown spears. In the corner of my eye, something moved there. I didn't look up because people take in their cues from me. If I go wide-eyed, the customer goes to pieces. I kept the iron on the lug and said, "You hear that?" He said, "Hear what?" I said pleasantly, "Just stay by the door." And then it stepped out. I caught it in the reflection of my own headlights on the Camry's silver quarter panel. A tall shape where tall shapes don't belong. Wrong angles at the legs. The head was too far forward over the chest. If you ask me what I saw, I'll tell you what my brain allowed. A long, narrow muzzle in profile. Ears back. Shoulders high, like a runner leaning into a hill. It moved on 2 feet. By the way the knees worked, it wasn't human. The stride had that elastic spring that you see with big dogs when they shift from trot to cover ground now. I've been chased by a farm dog twice my size, and I've had a black bear stand up 5 feet from me in a dumpster. And both times, I knew what the next right move was. This time, I didn't have a category to file it under. It paced the edge of the trees parallel to the road, slow, like it was deciding whether the cones were interesting enough to break its rule about staying unseen. The guy by the door said, too loud, "Is that a..." And I cut him off with, "Don't move." I kept my voice in the same steady lane that I use for put the car in park. Calm is a tool. I finished my lugs. That's the wildest part to me in hindsight. My hands kept doing their job while my body yelled, "Go, go, go." I spun the iron and one of the sockets slipped out, clanged and rolled. It should have rolled toward the ditch. The shoulder sloped that way. It rolled back towards me instead. Not far. Just enough to kiss my boot like somebody tipped the ground. That broke the beat-up spell I was in. I said, on 3, you get in. You don't look around. You shut the door. 1. He got in on 1, which is fine by me. I slammed the donut on, dropped the jack, and didn't torque anything past good enough. We could argue torque in a lit shop. Not there. When I finally looked straight where it had been, it wasn't. The cattails ticked in the wind, and the gap to the culvert was just a shadow again. I listened for brush noise, for a huff, for claws on ice. Nothing that I could swear to. Just the road and the trees and my heart. I tossed the bad tire in his trunk, took my cones with the lazy dignity of someone who absolutely isn't rushing, and I told him to follow me to the first open gas station so I could air the donut and give him a talk about speed limits. He asked, shaky, laughing, if there were wolves. I told him, not that close to the highway, which is a true sentence, and also not an answer to what he meant. Under the bay lights at the station, I wiped the socket with a shop towel. There were faint, curved marks on the chrome, like teeth had met it for half a second. Could be road grit. Could be my imagination. I put it back in the box and closed the lid because sometimes the smartest thing you can do is give an object a dark place to be. I don't need anyone's legend to prop this one up. I don't want a club or a patch. I want my quiet shoulder, my cones, and my routine. I want to slide the iron on and off and feel the lug come loose at the same slow rate every time. That night, a tall, not quite right thing paced the tree line and watched me work and decided I wasn't worth breaking the rules for. That's enough story for me. Last January, I was between jobs and had just recently had a daughter who was at the time about 5 months old. My husband had been working through my pregnancy but lost his job. We were living at my mom's house. I have an education in psychology and some experience as a counselor, so I was looking for the best I could get. But the best I could find right away was a job working as a paraprofessional in a special education department of an elementary school in a nearby suburb. The position was unique to COVID times, being that they needed someone to just sit around the computer room while kids did speech therapy over Zoom. Don't get me started on how terrible virtual speech therapy is, but anyway, my job was to just walk around the school, back and forth between the classrooms and the computer room, picking up kids, taking them to the Zoom room, sitting there for 30 minutes to an hour, depending on the kid, taking them back, picking up the next batch. I was overqualified, we'll say. Some days of the week were scheduled tightly, and other days of the week I routinely had just 2 appointments. The school was a ginormous horseshoe shape, housing 700 elementary school children. I was located all the way at the far back of one side in the pre-K wing. It could take 15 minutes to walk all the way across the building and back when the kids I was picking up were in the older grades. Every day I would make this walk. In the middle of the school, across from the front office, I would always notice and try to ignore this strange rag doll. It was made with construction paper over its face and showcased in a display case. No bad vibes from it, but it just seemed out of place and random. It was there the entire 5 months I worked there, never changing or having added to its case. Onward, weird things happened in the computer room where I worked. The doors in the school use a key to lock from both the inside and outside. The doors do not lock automatically. You absolutely 100% have to manually lock them with a key. We are technically supposed to lock rooms when we leave them empty throughout the day, but no one ever did. So I just left my door unlocked when I went to get the kids. I would go to get a kid in pre-K, so they'd be literally 2 classrooms away, less than a minute to pick them up. My door would be locked by the time I returned. Sometimes I'd be gone longer, but sometimes that's all it would take, 60 seconds. I messed around with this door in my free time, trying to figure out why or how it was locking. And the only conclusion that I could come up with was that someone was manually locking it when I was gone. I asked the janitor that was always around. He said no. I asked if it could lock itself. He said no. So, I came to the conclusion that someone was fucking with me, trying to teach me a lesson for not locking my door or something, passive-aggressively. Well, I don't play that, so I texted my boss, the vice principal, asked to come talk to her when she had time. I explained the situation to her. She said she was sure that no one would do something like that, but she would have maintenance look at the door, and that was the end of it. I come back after the weekend, the door is broken, like off the kilter of its hinges, so it won't shut all the way at all. Guess locking on its own won't be a problem anymore. That school didn't have security cameras in the halls. I wonder if they had any video of me pushing the doorknob down to check that it was unlocked before walking off, returning, and it being locked. Anyway, after that, There was a day where I went to get a kid out of his classroom in the pre-K wing by my office, but they switched the schedule up that day, so the class wasn't in there. I shrugged it off, went to pick up the other kid that also sat in there for this block, then came back. There was another paraprofessional watching her own kids in the playroom nearby, so I asked her if she knew where the other class would be right now. She said she didn't know, but that she thought that she'd seen a kid run in there. Might have been going to use the bathroom. I said okay, went back into the empty classroom. I have the other little kid with me at this point, and there's a bathroom in the back of the class, but it's open. I walk over there, confused, check the room, even look behind the door. There's no kid. I shrug my shoulders at the other little one and begin walking back towards the exit of the room. The bathroom door slams shut behind me. The other little kid jumped out of his skin. I tried to remain calm. The other paraprofessional nearby sees us out in the hallway, peering into the empty classroom, presumably looking very puzzled and freaked out. She asked if the kid was in there. No, but the door slammed behind me when I was walking out. I trailed off, looking down at the kiddo with me, who's looking back up at me with his eyes wide as ever. Probably just the wind, I say. The other para kind of looks at me crazy but shrugs it off, keeps about her business. The kid I was with, I shit you not, whispers, "It was a ghost." And of course I say, No, I'm sure it was just because I messed with the door. You know, the obvious. So, incident blown off. A couple weeks pass by, and I'm in the empty computer room working on art for the walls. It's Wednesday, so it's an early day for pre-K, and all the littles have gone home while the real teachers are in a staff meeting. Someone knocks at my office door. Mind you, the door no longer shuts all the way, so I figure that they don't want to barge in. I get up from my desk 5 feet away and open the door. No one's there. I look down the hallway. No one's there. I go sit back down, more annoyed than anything, and it happens again. At this point, I'm kind of fed up. I do practice witchcraft and have been doing so seriously for more than 16 years, but I have no mediumship abilities or anything like that. I don't deal with ghosts and spirits in my practice, but that's the reason I'm not scared at this point. I ask the janitor if the place is haunted. Man, this guy doesn't skip a beat when he says, "Oh yeah, Rodney." Rodney? Yeah, they say a little boy died here. They named the doll across the office after him. What the fuck? I asked my supervisor about it and she says, "Oh yeah, they told you about Rodney, huh?" I'm like, yeah, well, that could have been in your ad. Okay, so at this point I've become acquaintances with the school librarian. I ask her about what's going on as well. She says all kinds of people have weird experiences. Night janitors have had things move on their own. One time, the top principal had an alarm go off, showing that someone was down in the basement at 3 a.m. But none of the outside doors had gone off. I guess another time was over spring break. The doll across from the office got ripped up in the display case. His head was laying on the ground, which is why he had a construction paper head now. There were no staff or students around when that happened. Another staff member never believed in ghosts until she saw a little boy run into a classroom and disappear. I guess that's about the extent of things that happened to me there, but I became fascinated. Some staff knew of the ghost, some had never heard anything. Mostly staff who worked on my side of the building had experiences. The other side of the building seemed like a whole other world, totally normal, no ghosts over there. I became the weird ghost girl, I'm sure, always asking people if they'd seen anything. I am not the person to pretend like something's going on, so as to not stir the pot. Of course, I never let the kiddos hear me talking about it. No one other than the janitor seemed to have heard of anyone dying at the school, but people who had heard of the ghost or had experiences did have theories. One day I asked a paraprofessional from another school in the district because at a meeting she mentioned that she herself attended the elementary school where I worked. She didn't know anything about a ghost, but she did say that while she attended, a boy died at school, in the wing where I worked. He had the flu, and his heart gave out. It's actually a very sad story. She could corroborate. She said that they hung drawings of his up in the hallway to commemorate him. Sure enough, among the plaques, there's a framed picture of a swimming hole in a mountain in memory of Ernie, not Rodney. I found a much, much better job, and I quit during summer vacation. But I did tell Ernie, in the silence of the computer room in the last week of school, that if he wanted, he could cross over, and that he didn't have to be stuck at the school. I even had a sacred place out in the country where I believe the veil is thin and that he's welcome to come there with me. Like I said, no psychic abilities here, so no idea if he got the message. But I did drive out there on the last day and put a birdhouse out for Ernie. I hope he's doing well. I was told ghosts can still feel love, even after death. If that's true, then it's also true they can still feel hurt after death, too. When my dad died, I could sense his presence in the house. He was an Air Force colonel and a very serious person. The pictures I drew were always hung up on the refrigerator, but his interest in anything I did was uncomfortable and forced. It wasn't my gender he struggled to bond with, as he had no yearning in his soul for a son. He didn't want any kids. He didn't like kids, and though he wasn't mean to me, he was never kind. We didn't have the chance to develop a meaningful relationship before he passed. The only person in the world who could make my dad smile was my mom. They were madly in love and one another's best friend. On a cold December morning, 2 servicemen would knock on our door, handing my mom a folded American flag. One of the men would begin talking to my mom about an accident. Standing behind her, I make eye contact with the officer that's not speaking. His eyes were dry until he saw me. He quickly looked back down in any other direction that he could in a desperate attempt not to cry. I was old enough to know what they were talking about, but I was unable to comprehend that our lives as we knew it had just changed forever. I was able to finish off the school year with my friends and all the teachers that had dealt with me using kid gloves. Then, the following year, it was off to a new school with teachers who could care less about the circumstances that put me in their classroom, one that was already at max capacity. With our SBP, my mom was able to purchase a little home off the base, and she got a job at a gas station to make ends meet. I learned to wake myself up for breakfast and how to do my own laundry. I'd only see my mom after school near dinner time. To make extra money, she asked her boss to work double shifts. On those days, she'd still be at work when I'd catch the school bus. Laundry was a chore that I'd put off as long as I could during the week. Our washer and dryer was located in the basement down a set of creaky wooden steps. At the top of the steps was a white pull string. It turned on a single halogen bulb. The small source of light was the only option for illumination in that basement. It was barely enough to read the settings on the machine. A few times I'd open the door and reach for the string. Instead of it hanging at a reachable level, I would find the string tightly wrapped around the light fixture itself. Like someone had yanked the string down, and when it flew back up, it got tangled. The first time dealing with it, I resolved to prop the door open with a kitchen chair and go down with my basket of laundry. While I loaded the washing machine with my dirty clothes, I heard the chair that was holding the door open slide on the linoleum floor. The small rectangle of light that I was using is wiped over in black from left to right. The clothes in my hand were thrown, and I blindly ran up the wooden steps to the door. I found the railing and began using it to guide me up the stairs. Sliding my palm up the railing, I touch what feels like another hand. The sensation makes me fall backwards, and I almost fall down the steps, but I catch myself. I'm sure the neighbor could hear the scream I let out. I bounded up the last pair of steps and clawed at the wood until my fingers touched the brass door handle. That night, I waited for my mom to get home and untangle the string before I went down there to finish laundry. Even with the light on again, it was impossible for me to ignore the chills I was feeling down there. It was more common than not that I was home alone when the activity would ramp up. On a handful of incidents that my mom was home with me, we'd both hear pounding on the basement door. She insisted that it was old pipes making all that noise. Lying in bed one night, she was talking to me from the doorway, and we both heard her name be called from the living room, enough for her to pause what she was saying and take a step back from my room to look around the living room. The voice we heard sounded just like my dad's. It didn't scare us. The tone was so familiar. My mom was able to hold a state of bliss for a fraction of a second before becoming disillusioned by the impossibility of its reality. Leaning back into my room, she denied what we had heard, describing the sound as nothing more than a dog bark. Though I don't think it would have changed things if I told her this. What she didn't know was that I'd been hearing my dad's voice in the house prior to that incident. Things had been happening around the house while she was at work. I was secretly excited when we both heard her name be called. I was hoping that this was a chance to confide in her about everything that had been happening around the house while I was alone. However, her being so adamant about what we actually heard made me think that she would belittle whatever I told her, try to explain anything away. Just like how we heard her name in the living room. I heard my dad over my shoulder while I was doing homework at the kitchen table. The inquisitive, he used to give me while briefly inspecting my work in passing. It was his hint that I better recheck my answer. The first time it happened at the new house, the sound didn't register to me past redoing the math problem I was on. Adding the numbers on a second effort gave me a new answer that I'd replaced my previous equation with. After correcting the error in my work, that's when I remembered I was home alone. It made me feel melancholy, a rare memory that made me genuinely miss my dad. Early one morning before my mom left for work, she woke me up and told me not to use the bathroom sink until she got home. She was running late for work and one of her earrings had fallen down the drain. Lifting my hand out from under the covers, I gave her a thumbs up before falling back asleep. The next time I was woken up, it was by my alarm clock signifying the start of my morning routine before school, beginning with my visit to the restroom. When I sat down, I remembered what my mom told me earlier. At my height at the time, the counter of the sink is about neck level. After I got up, I walked over to the sink to see if my mom's earring was visible from the drain hole. Turns out, the earring was very easy to spot because it had somehow moved out of the drain pipe and was now resting in the bowl of the sink. I carefully reached in and pinched the small diamond tightly in between my fingers before pulling it out and setting it on the counter next to the matching one. The presence of my dad was always felt through little things like that. The first day we moved into our house, my mom was grieving. Unpacking boxes from the moving truck was a slow process, one that she undertook on her own. If there were boxes I could carry, I did my best, but the responsibility of unpacking rested solely on her and the allotted time that we had with the rented moving truck. When the last box was inside, we dropped off the truck and drove our car back to our new home. The front of our house only had street parking, but in those days there weren't a lot of cars congested on the road. We also had a designated spot with our address number written on the curb. It's dark, and as our headlights brighten up our parking spot, my mom applies pressure to the brakes before the car pulls into the spot. She's staring at something in front of the car. I have to take off my seatbelt and climb higher in my seat to get at her eye level, see what my mom's focusing on. In the shine of our headlights is a scroungy possum with 5 or 6 possum babies hanging off its back. The mom possum is frozen with its mouth open, staring at the headlights. This was probably the ugliest representation of God's creation, and the sight of it makes me laugh out loud. But my mom's response is to start crying. Her tears silenced my laughter, and she apologizes. Then she tells me that possums were my dad's favorite animal. Finally, she broke a smile under her tears, saying that she never knew why he loved those crazy creatures. Home alone, I'd regularly hear the distinct sound of our basement steps creaking, like someone was pacing up to the top of the stairs and then back down. Every time the footsteps would reach the top, I'd be filled with a growing sense of dread until the sound retreated again. That's when I began to understand that there was more than one spirit residing in this home. The spirit upstairs was separate from what stayed in the basement. Upstairs, the energy felt normal. When I sensed my dad in the room, it brought on a sense of security only a military father could give. Chairs would move and doors would open, but after believing it was him, those things became the same as saying, "Love Dad" on a card. Whereas going into the basement felt like each step was submerged further into a stagnant flood of terror. 14 steps down into a damp, dark, windowless basement. When I'd find the pull string wrapped around the light bulb again, it would frustrate me to the point of calling my mom at her job. Phone calls like these were only reserved for emergencies, but as a terrified 9-year-old, in my eyes, her selfish act was an injustice that deserved acknowledgement. I made it a point to interrupt the greeting that she'd recite when the phone connected. I asked her if she was aware that she'd gotten the string for the basement light tangled on itself again. After a short pause, my mom admitted that she hadn't come home that day. Apparently, for the last few months, she'd been seeing a guy off and on from work. It had been over a year since my dad's passing by then, but I was still shocked to hear that she was dating again. That night, she came home early to discuss her new relationship with a man named Brian. The heartfelt plea that she made to obtain my well wishes enlightened me on what it was like to be lonely as an adult. We both cried during the conversation, but when she was done, I no longer had the arguments I'd compiled in preparation for our talk. We watched a movie together, and she joked with me in my doorway before I fell asleep. The whole time, I was happy for my mom, but her good news made me hesitant to talk about my loneliness and what I was dealing with there. Positive nights with my mom were rare, and I thought my news would ruin the mood. In the morning, my mom had breakfast ready for me and walked me to the bus. What used to be a regular morning routine became a cherished surprise. She'd be gone when I returned from school, and when I opened the front door, the cold gloom of an empty house was there to meet me again. It became normal for me not to see my mom for days at a time. The house was always stocked with food, and I never went without, but she was now splitting her hours thinner with the addition of Brian. At school, the kids started to make fun of me because my clothes were dirty. I would ignore doing laundry for weeks, just so I didn't have to go into the basement. Apparently, my hygiene became noticeable enough to warrant the attention of my vice principal, who pulled me into his office during recess to ask how things were going at home. Not wanting to get my mom in trouble and have more unwanted attention on me, I lied and told him everything was joyful at my home. When he asked about my dirty clothes, my excuse was that our washing machine was broken, but we ordered a new one. It just arrived. I gave him the widest and brightest smile that I could muster, and with that, they let me go back out to recess. The children around me were always so ecstatic near the end of the day, in anticipation of the bell to ring and for everyone to file out of the classroom and go home. I felt the opposite. I would dread when the final bell would echo through the elementary school hallways, especially knowing I had to be dressed in a clean outfit when I showed up the next day, or risk the patience of an already concerned faculty. This meant that I had no choice but to go down into the basement that night to run a cycle of laundry. Gathering my clothes into a basket, I turned on every light in the house, and unlaced an old pair of shoes. I tied the ends of the laces together to make one long rope. Then, I threaded it around a cabinet handle, tying it each time it came around. Then, after opening the basement door, I'd do the same thing to the door handle there, wrapping the lace around until it was tightly securing the door from closing on me while I was down there. I knew the string for the light would be tangled up in the fixture, not by a premonition, but by my discovery a week prior, it being the sole reason I didn't complete this task previously. I refused to go down there without being able to turn the light on, so this time I came prepared with a kitchen chair. It wobbled beneath my feet like an earthquake as it balanced above an ocean of black. To reach the light fixture, I had to push the legs of the chair right to the edge of the top step. I pull at the string and it unravels from itself and falls back down to where it belongs. I click the light on, then retrieve the basket holding my laundry. The basement was freezing, and my teeth chattered as I loaded the first basket of clothing into the washing machine. I was constantly looking over my shoulder, up to the door and in between the slats of the stairs while grabbing as many clothes as I could with each handful I loaded. On top of the dryer is where I put a big box of detergent and a scoop I used to perfectly measure the amount I put in. The scoop was missing. When I saw that it wasn't within the general area or behind the box, I used my hands and did the best I could to estimate how much I was throwing into the machine. Nothing was going to keep me down there longer than I had to be. I quickly let the washer door slam into place. The harsh metallic noise always hurt my ears, but these washer and dryer units took more strength to fully close than new age models. They wouldn't start otherwise. I ran back upstairs as fast as I could, with the wicker basket in my hands. The feeling I was being pursued had struck me by the first step. Reaching the top, I threw the basket and tried to untie the knot that I had made with the shoelaces. As I freed the doorknob and the door closed, I was able to exhale. In order to be done for the night and prepared for school the next morning, I had to repeat this process 2 more times, once for a drying cycle, and a final time to bring the clothes upstairs. When I heard the washer stop, I brought a chair with me to the door, but the basement light was still on. I still made sure to tie the shoelaces tightly to the door handle before I went down to switch the load over. Then, with the same frantic urgency as before, I raced up the stairs, untangled the knot, and slammed the door. The drying cycle took longer than the wash did. During that time, I tried to distract myself by watching TV. It didn't work. I was all too aware of what I would have to do soon. When the final buzzer went off indicating the dryer had stopped, I must have been overly confident at how simple my first 2 trips had been. Pulling the chair up to the basement door again, I became even more confident when the light was still on. Then, I made a decision I would regret, with unwavering affirmation later. I didn't tie the shoelace around the doorknob, like I'd previously done. Instead, I thought I could retrieve my clothes quicker than the time it took to fasten the door open. Ignoring my better judgments, I slid the chair against the door and hustled down. The dryer is on the left of the washer and is positioned at an angle, making it difficult to clearly see the door. After I filled the basket, I turned around to see that the door had been closed. I hadn't heard the chair move or the hinges creak. Surely, in my heightened state of alertness, a noise like that would have been heard, and yet, with a basket full of laundry in my hands, I stood at the bottom of the basement steps, looking up at a closed door. Then I counted back from 3 in my head before running up the stairs. With a burst, I ran through the door into the kitchen, then threw the basket on the ground to catch my breath. But as the basket landed, I heard heavy thumps of footsteps climbing the stairs from behind me. I spun around and quickly slammed the basement door shut, then put my back against it with all my weight. There was an impact from the other side that almost knocked me forward. The door was pushed out about an inch before it slammed shut again. If I wasn't pressed against the door like I was, the hit would have swung the basement door wide open. That realization brought a wave of emotions that my adrenaline had been keeping at bay. They sunk me to the ground, and I sat, sobbing into my lap while still feeling the door getting pushed from the other side. There was a blanket inside the laundry basket that I could reach from where I was sitting. That night, I cried myself to sleep on the kitchen floor, wrapped in a blanket, pressed up against the basement door. Needless to say, I didn't get a lot of sleep that night. When I woke up that morning, I almost missed the bus. The alarm had been set up in my bedroom, and I couldn't hear it sleeping in the kitchen. I'm usually up before the sun, so at first, I wasn't sure about the glaring light focused perfectly on my eyelids. Registering that it must be the actual sun, I shot awake, looking directly at the clock on the stove. I had 10 minutes to get dressed and run a block to my bus stop. Now awake, I realized there was no sun. It still hadn't fully reached the horizon. I couldn't find any light source. Nothing that could have been shining a glare in the direction of my bed. This was the least of my concerns, though. I had to get going. As I dug through my fresh-smelling clothes in a sleepy haze, I was happy knowing what I'd gone through last night was worth it. Before leaving, I slid the kitchen table against the basement door, and within that 10 minutes, somehow, managed to catch the bus. At school that day, I was tired and hungry, but nobody could say that I looked dirty. The week scrolled by without any extra anxiety added to my plate. The table stayed in front of the basement door, and I did my homework in the living room. The night my mom came home, I saw my dad's silhouette. It followed her when she left my room. When her shadow moved from the hallway wall, a second one trailed after. Then, my mom poked her head back into my room, asked about the kitchen table. I told her that I saw a big rat down there when I was doing laundry, that I didn't want it to come upstairs. My mom cringed and told me to leave the table where it was, and she'll handle it when she's off work early the next day. The look on my mom's face was the exact expression I wanted to see. When I said rat, her mouth opened and her eyes got wide. I thought what I did was the same as yelling fire when you're being abducted instead of just yelling. If I told her there was a demon in the basement, she wouldn't have been so ready to inspect every corner of said basement. And at least this way, she'd have to go down there, experiencing and feeling how creepy it was for herself. The next day, it's Saturday, and I watch my morning cartoons. As I pour my milk for my cereal, I see the spoons have already been set on the counter. When these small things happen, I always make sure to say, "Thanks, Dad." It was like he was being more attentive as a father in the afterlife than he ever was on Earth. When my mom arrived home, a second person accompanied her through the door. Standing beside my mother was an older gentleman. She introduced him as Brian. He looked much older compared to my mom, but my mom always looked young for her age. He spoke with a gravelly voice of a committed smoker, and he smelled like he sounded. But he was funny, talkative, and ready to tackle the rat problem my mom had. He pulled the kitchen table away and opened the basement door. Taking the first step, Brian feels around on the wall for a light switch. Then he looks up to see the way that you turn the light on is done by a pull string, and the pull string was tangled around the light. Within a few seconds, Brian had it clicked on and continued down the stairs. Playing up the damsel in distress routine, my mom follows down the stairs close behind him. I stay in the kitchen and wait for them to return. I hear the washer and dryer get slid around, mumbling tones and my mom's giggling. But it doesn't sound like they found anything of significance. When they came back up, it was concluded that whatever got down in there had probably found its way back out. Brian stayed for dinner that night, and my mom got to show off her homemaking skills. Brian and I were sitting at the kitchen table while Mom prepared the food. There's a baseball game on in the living room that keeps the pause in conversations from becoming awkward. Brian's attention is on the game, and I'm watching my mom cut carrots. Beside her, a silverware drawer flies out from its cubby, catapulting forks, knives, and spoons everywhere on the kitchen floor. The noise scares us all. Brian gets up to help my mom and asks what happened. She thinks her apron got caught, and that's what pulled the drawer out. She really did believe that's what happened too, because Brian left that night, and I asked her about it. She didn't even flinch when telling me about the apron thing again. After that night, my mom was back to her regular pattern of being gone for days. Time would pass, and I no longer felt my dad's presence in the house. I think he left the night Brian came around. I no longer heard his voice in my ear. Things that were lost were no longer magically found, and no longer did he chase my mom's shadow when she was home. However, the activity wouldn't cease with his absence. Coming home on a snowy day after school, I passed by our empty parking spot collecting so much snow, the number for our address was totally covered. Walking into the house, I have an obstructed view into the kitchen, and I see the basement door is wide open. The table that was firmly pressed against it is now pushed back enough for the door to fully swing open on its hinges. The lights I turned on earlier that morning were suddenly off. My closest source of illumination was the living room light. It was a few steps in front of me, and I made them quickly across the carpet. I reached into the lampshade and began tapping the fixtures button off and on, but the bulb didn't heat up. Out of frustration, I gently shook the lamp, and I heard the glass jingle around. I reached my hand further up until I felt the bulb. It had been unscrewed, just enough to not activate. After I rotated it twice, the bulb lit up under the lampshade. As I went to the next closest lamp, I found that bulb, along with all of the other ones in my house, had been unscrewed. It had finally made its way upstairs, and the dreary interior of my home would further digress into a hopeless black hole that took energy from me the moment I entered its chambers. The shadow man would show himself in my peripherals, but this time he brought a suffocating agitation, one that would smother me enough to lose concentration on whatever I was working on, and then focus intently on the fear of him coming closer. If I looked in his direction, he'd disappear and move somewhere else in the room, waiting for me to find him again. I'd also get progressively sicker in a very short amount of time. My mom was home with me the night that my fever really spiked, and she had to take me to the hospital. Other than dehydration from puking, the doctors couldn't figure out why my temperature was so high. They gave me some medication that brought the fever down enough for me to be released home. I was still in the triple digits, but not hot enough to cause brain damage. My mom took work off for the next 2 days, and when she had to go back, she started coming home right after to take care of me. She even stopped in on her lunch breaks. Brian also stopped by a few times with gifts for me. It was nice to have a full house again, even under such circumstances. When he came over, he would sit in a chair next to the couch that I was laying on, keeping me company if I was awake. The strong, empathetic nature of Brian made me feel safe. I could fall asleep easily when he came over. Then it dawned on me through a dream. I needed to tell Brian what had been going on in the house. He'll be able to retain the information with an unbiased filter. When I woke up, I heard him and my mom talking in the kitchen. I'd almost pulled the covers over me to go in there. But as I listened to what they were saying, their words had me frozen. I heard my mom's soft voice say, "Kill her now." And Brian's low, gruff voice replies, "Kill the girl." They repeated those phrases back and forth to each other, The soft, monotone way that they were talking to each other was so eerie and bizarre. Slowly, I turned my body to look over the arm of the chair, and as I lifted my head, their voices stopped. When I fully looked into the kitchen, nobody was there. A few minutes later, Brian and my mom would walk inside with groceries for the night. I pretended to be asleep when I heard my mom's keys jingle in the door handle. The next time Brian sat down by the couch, I took the opportunity and first tested the waters by asking if he believed in ghosts. Brian smiles big and says, "Well, yes, I do." And then he asks, "Why?" I told Brian everything, and he sat there calmly, listened until I unloaded all of the stories of horror that had been cluttering my life. When I was done, he gave me a hug. He stood up. He grabbed his car keys. Before my mom was done preparing dinner, Brian was back inside with a stack of books about ghosts, demons, how to ward off evil. He got my mom involved, and she was more open to the idea when the words came from his mouth. She was shocked by my stories, but she also felt a sense of embarrassment that I hadn't told her any of it. I can't be sure if everything changed after that because Brian came into our lives and the house wasn't so empty anymore, or if it was the books he gave me, the things I was doing that I thought were keeping me safe, the crystals, all of that stuff. I have no idea if any of it really works, but something about believing that it would really helped. I haven't messed with any of that stuff since I was a kid. Once I felt like I'd gotten rid of it, I didn't feel there was any need to dabble in it anymore. Though I'm still super interested in all of it. I don't know if my experience really depicts a transparent or not human figure that usually comes to mind when thinking of a ghost, but I don't know what else to call it. The whole thing is inexplicable, I guess. When we moved into this area, no one had built a home on this particular plot, like ever, so we anxiously awaited for construction to wrap up so we could move in. Excited to be in a spacious, brand new home, never lived in by anyone. The time came and we quickly moved in and set everything up. Everything was so bright, shiny, full of dreams for the future. It was the beginning of our lives together. Everything was perfect. Now I had heard stories from other people in the area, things whispered about in private amongst trusted friends. My friend's family was from the area, a few blocks away, and growing up I heard them talk about some things they'd encountered. I listened and didn't doubt what they saw, but it was safe to say I forgot all about it. This was my friend's eccentric aunt. Who knows what she was into? I heard them, but never really registered that these were actual things that had happened, or things I needed to worry about. So, back to moving into our new home. The stories that I'd heard 15 years ago, they didn't come to mind. We got all set up, and the first little while was blissfully peaceful. A place all to ourselves. Thinking about wedding planning and such. At first, it was just a loud bang in the middle of the night. We chalked it up to a new house, settling, something shifting in the cupboards. Then it started to become something that we couldn't explain away. The previously locked and checked back door would be heard, the lock clicking as it was unlocked, and then slowly swung open. As the months went on, it became bolder and bolder. My fiancé and I would have friends over for dinner and a movie. They'd stop eating or pause the movie to ask, "Who's upstairs?" As heavy, painfully slow footsteps moved around above our head, clearly heard by all. It sounded like a person wearing large, heavy work boots was walking over the wood floors, like a man heavy-set. They just paced from room to room and through the halls. Sometimes the click of a door handle opening would also be heard. It walked further into the room, and something would be knocked over, slamming to the floor. Of course, the guys would run upstairs, only to find that nothing was there, and no one. Our friends would seem on edge for the rest of the night, eager to leave after. The noise from the second floor carried on throughout the evening. If we were upstairs and in bed, it sounded like someone was rifling through our kitchen cupboards and pantry, pot clanging, boxes shifting. It was very loud and intentional. But as soon as you went downstairs to investigate, the noise would stop. If you were in bed upstairs, the footsteps would slowly creep up the stairs. One step would creak, just as heavy and just as slow. Some nights, my heart was beating out of my chest because it would make its way to the top of the stairs, and it was as if the owner of the heavy boot steps would walk through my bedroom door any second. Talk about anxiety. As it carried on through the months, any overpowering feeling of being watched, it appeared. There was just a heaviness to the atmosphere in the home, which was never present before, not in our relationship anyway. It felt so thick. One week I had to leave on a trip with my fiancé staying behind. He was in the shower on my first night away, and something screamed at him. He said it was so loud and ugly, he hit the floor. It sounded like it was coming from every direction. He stayed at our friend's place for the rest of the week, refusing to go back home. Something else happened, but he never wanted to talk about it. When I was home alone at night, I'd be tucked into bed reading with my dog sleeping at the end of the bed. I'd suddenly get this overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me from the darkest corner of the room, where the closet was. I'd ignore it and continue reading. My dog would suddenly jump up from a deep slumber, and he'd just stand there, staring into the corner intently, the same place I felt I was being watched from. He was a timid dog who never barked. For that first year, I didn't think he even had a voice. He was so quiet. But he let out a loud, scary, alerting of actual danger growl, and his hair would stand straight up. He backed his little body into my foot as if he was trying to protect me. Eventually, the feeling would pass, and he'd lay back down and go back to sleep. I thought that ignoring whatever was happening was the best way to deal with it. Give it no attention. It sorta came to a head one bright autumn day. Our upstairs bedrooms have large windows that let in a ton of natural light from all sides. They were open all day. The sun was low but so bright in the sky, and it filled every corner of the house. I went upstairs to charge my phone, check emails, and I got sidetracked with a quick iPhone game. I was laying horizontally across the bed, facing the door to the hallway, when slowly this blacker than black, very large and very tall figure slowly and silently glided through the middle of the hallway. It was not like a shadow. It was like it absorbed 100% of the light. I had seen it clearly. It looked like it was wearing a large, wide-brimmed flat-top hat with a heavy, long jacket down to the ankles. It was pure black, with a crisp outline against the brightly lit walls. It moved left to right, past the door, and straight into the bathroom. My heart skipped a beat. I felt like the air left the room and my lungs. My mind went blank. What the hell was that? I lay there in silence. My fiancé was busily cooking dinner downstairs. I could hear him, but I was too afraid to move. I processed what I had just seen and leapt off the bed, went tearing down the stairs. My parents had actually heard the thing in the house. That's when we brought our minister in. We had a house blessing and warming, and for a while, things were actually quieting down. Several months passed, just enough for us to let our guard down, I guess. However, Things between me and my fiancé started to shift. We decided to take a break, and he moved out. Then this presence came back with vengeance, like our minister suggested it would. It became even louder, even stronger, and the feeling of being watched was intense. During this period, it started to throw things across the kitchen into the dining room. Several heavy objects scattered in a 20-foot long trail. One morning, I found the countertops and the top of the refrigerator cleared, as if someone cleared off a desk in one aggressive swipe, flinging contents everywhere. The back door would be found open nightly, despite having the door and the lock changed or checked and rechecked. During intense thunder and lightning storms, this thing seemed to get stronger. It made more noise all throughout the night. It scared the hell out of my 13-year-old sister, who only wanted to spend her weekends with me. She woke up to hearing and physically feeling the vibrations from the footfalls as it was pacing around her bed. One night, it felt as if someone heavy sat on the edge of my bed. The springs actually made a strained noise, and I felt the bed shift. My pastor told me if I didn't start attending church, it would come back threefold, and it did. I didn't go back to church, though. Instead, I moved out of that house. My ex-fiancé and I got back together, bought a condo somewhere a bit further from town, and got married. We both sort of couldn't understand why we separated to begin with. Still can't. Ghost, demon, or what? We blame the house, and we're happy it's behind us. I still can't believe the things that went on there. Hopefully the new owners had better luck. I quit my summer babysitting job this morning. Saturday was my first day with the little girl, and today's Sunday. I feel terrible quitting so suddenly. The family I've been working for recommended me, so I'm pretty positive I just blew my chances babysitting for either of them ever again. Originally, I was scheduled to stay there until the morning with the kids, but I ended up calling Mr. and Mrs. Smith, we'll call them, closer to 3 a.m., begging for them to come home. I needed to get out of there. It was an overwhelming sensation that had been lingering since I pulled into the driveway. As much as I tried to blame the feeling on first-day jitters, nothing could prepare me for how quickly my anxiety would spike being there. The children were 3 and 5. Let's name them Jack and Jill. The kids were watching Bluey in the living room after dinner, and I was cleaning up. The living room was within sight of the kitchen sink. After I started the dishwasher, I walked out into the living room and saw that Jack had fallen asleep on the couch and Jill had gone upstairs to play in their bedroom. Jack wasn't big for his age, so instead of waking him up, I was able to just pick him up off the couch and carry him to bed. The second floor is a wide hallway with a mirror at the end of the hall, facing back. There's a bathroom and bedrooms on either side. I can see the kid's door is open, and I can hear Jill giggling at what sounds like another person giggling with her. Their bedroom didn't have a TV, but I thought Jill may have had a radio or a Nintendo, something that she was playing with. Before opening the door, I tried peeking into the opening to see if I could find where the other voice was coming from, but the gap didn't let me see much. But what I did see was enough to scare the hell out of me. Jill had long, straight hair, and it looked like static electricity was keeping it up floating. That's the best way I could describe it. With Jack now resting over my shoulder, I supported him with one arm and fully opened the door with my other. Jill was playing on the ground with her dolls. When she looked up at me, all of her hair fell back down to normal. The siblings have an expensive wooden bunk bed at the far end of the room. Making sure not to twist my ankle on the toys, I carried Jack to lay him on the top bunk. When I pulled his resting body from my shoulders and laid him down, I was surprised to see that he was now awake again. His eyes were wide open, and his facial expression looked terrified. I asked him if he was okay. He shook his head yes, but crawled into his blankets and didn't take his head out from under the covers after I tucked him in. While I was doing this with Jack, I felt a push on my lower hip like Jill was getting into the bottom bunk right below, and after I got Jack settled, I leaned down to get her tucked in. But the bed was empty, and Jill was still playing with her dolls behind me. I didn't like that, because what I felt on my hip was clear pressure from cold, small hands. I could feel her individual fingers press against me. The unmistakable feeling of a little one pushing by. But Jill hadn't moved. It was Saturday night, and the parents didn't specify a bedtime for the kids. I asked if Jill needed anything, but when she said no, I got out of that room as fast as possible, went down the stairs to clean up the house before I made a bed for myself on the couch. Cheerios were everywhere. I could have filled a whole new bowl and reserved it for the morning with how many I found. After every last one was found and dispersed of, I was finally able to settle down and watch some TV. The calm was short-lived, though. Another noise had me on my feet again, when from behind me, I heard the sound of a child running in the hallway, upstairs, toward the stairs. I'm expecting to hear "Miss Amy" any second, so I haven't really turned around yet to address whichever child's coming. I'm watching the show on TV, waiting for them to interrupt. But instead, I hear the feet hit the ground with a loud bound in between steps. As soon as the pattering stopped, there was a crash onto the floor that shook the floor under me. I thought, oh my gosh, one of the kids just tried to jump down the staircase. There's a wall that separates the hallway stairs and the living room. It forces me to hop on my feet, turn around the corner from the couch to look. When I flip on the hall light, I'm relieved to see that nobody's hurt themselves, but I'm highly freaked out as to what I just heard. As I'm looking down the hallway, I can see most of the way up to the upstairs hallway as well. Jill walks out of her bedroom to the top of the stairs and sees me standing there. I ask her if she heard that loud noise, and she nods her head yes. So I ask if she knew what it was, and she nods her head again. "It's Hannah." "Who's Hannah?" "She's my sister," Jill says. I ask, "Hannah made that loud noise down here. How did she do that?" "Hannah jumped from here to down there." She then goes on to tell me that her sister keeps asking Jill to jump with her, but she's too afraid. The whole time she's telling me this, I see the light from the bedroom door behind her change size, like the door was opening and closing in the dark hallway. I'm still paying attention to Jill, thinking the sound also woke up Jack, and I'm going to see him come out to join his sister any minute. But after her explanation for the noise we heard, Jill turned around and went back into the bedroom. She then closed the door behind her. The upstairs hallway was completely dark again. I turned off the downstairs light and got back on the couch. Around the living room, there's a bunch of family pictures of the Smith family. Most of them were recent, but lots of baby pictures. Jack is a newborn and Jack has brown hair and Jill has blonde. It was easy to tell which baby photo belonged to who. In maybe two of these photos in the corner of the living room, there's a baby Jill in the picture with another older blonde girl that looks almost identical to Jill now. Could that have been Hannah? I thought. These grainy, somewhat old photos gave me goosebumps, so instead of staring at them all night as I tried to sleep, I turned on the TV and was happy to discover that Nick at Night was playing episodes of Friends, and eventually I would doze off watching the show with the volume down low. The next time I woke up, it was because the living room was freezing and the blanket I'd fallen asleep with was nowhere to be found. The TV was off. It could have been set on an automatic timer that I was unaware of, but the DVD player under it was blinking numbers like the power had recently gone out and come back on. There was another small radio clock on one of the shelves next to the TV that was also blinking to be reset. I used the remote to turn the TV back on, and Friends began quietly playing again while I stood up in search of my blanket. It was cold enough to see the air I breathed by the time I got to the thermostat, which was located across the room. The space around me was warm again. The thermostat was also reading at a normal temperature. I turned on the living room light, and what I saw next to the entryway made me nearly faint. My blanket had been draped over the coat rack, and for a moment, I thought a huge, dark, 7-foot-tall creature was standing next to the door. It took me a few seconds to figure out what I was looking at, and when I did, I noticed the blanket didn't fully reach the floor, and under it, I saw 2 little feet poking out the bottom, and this time, I knew Jill was trying to trick me. Not wanting to knock the coat rack off balance and possibly have it fall on her, I gently grabbed the blanket with 2 hands and tried to lift it over with a little fluff. The blanket drops, losing its shape, and there's no Jill hiding in the coat rack. Take this how you will, but when the blanket dropped, the coat rack was a lot smaller than what I had pulled the blanket from. When I first noticed my blanket draped over it, I thought I would have noticed something that tall by the front door. When I looked down and didn't see Jill, it felt like my tummy was filled with rocks. There's just no way she would have been able to run away, hide completely like that. She's 5. I just stood there with my blanket, listening to the sounds of Jill still playing upstairs in her room. I didn't care how late it was. I was relieved to hear someone else was awake in the house, and after the coat rack thing that I'd just seen, I didn't want to be downstairs alone. I flipped on all the lights that I could before my ascent. When I went into the kitchen, the microwave timer said that it was 2:52. And so did the oven timer. It was only the living room that lost power in the house. When I'm at the top of the stairs, the hallway in front of me is dark, aside from the light under the children's door. I can still hear Jill's voice giggling, and clearly a shadow moving back and forth. I can see it under the doorway, blocking out the light when it passed. Turning on the hall light, I started heading towards the door. I gave 2 little taps with my knuckle before opening the door. The room was dark, and both of the children sound asleep. It was freezing in there, like when I woke up. The same weird bubble of cold I'd stepped out of by the couch downstairs. It felt like I'd stepped through a wall of stagnant, cold air. Outside the room, it was warm. I quietly stepped back out and closed the door, glancing into the big mirror that faced the hallway. There was something different about the reflection. The upstairs bathroom is directly across from the kids' room. I can partially see both in the reflection. I can see a little past the handle of the bathroom door, but the bathroom door on my side is fully open. I look again into the mirror. I can't begin to understand how the door could be closed in the reflection. I frantically scan around the mirror for any other inaccuracies, but it's only the door that looks wrong. Then I tried standing in different positions in the hallway while staring at the reflection of the closed door. Nowhere I stood could give me the correct view of what the door actually looked like. I'm at a loss for any explanation, and then it makes the slightest movement, and in the reflection to my right, the bathroom door opens a few inches. Still, nothing was happening on my side of the mirror, but I ran my reflection away from that door and back down the stairs. And that's when I called the parents, multiple times. Surely I scared them or worried them, but you know what? I was terrified. Still am, technically. Had I not quit, after this, I'm sure they would have fired me anyway. They were completely unimpressed by me and rather bitter about cutting their trip short. Though, personally, I think that they should be a little bit more concerned with the potential demons or ghosts living in their home. You know, specifically the one that keeps trying to convince their daughter to jump from the second story. But hey, I'm just the babysitter. They're the parents. What do I know? Not my problem anymore, I guess. The kids of the 90s were a special bunch. We were right at the cusp of when everything became banned and rules in schools changed. I'm not in any way saying that this is a bad thing. I remember my kindergarten teacher smoking on field trips. I also had the opportunity to grow up in a very small town. The kind of town that just felt smaller after leaving. A true stereotypical town where every teacher gives the athletes a bunch of extra credit work, the same extra credit work, so that they can keep turning it in over and over to legitimize their passing grade in the class. I was kind of a bully, sad to say, and I know I hurt a lot of feelings. I did say stereotypical, right? Well, since high school, I've grown from my bully ways, and I understand why I was the way I was. I'm a spiritually better person since moving away from my small town, but some of the shit that we used to get away with was wild. Though this story isn't exactly something we got away with, at least not me. This incident actually got a lot of people in trouble. Should have been way more trouble than what actually occurred, but I digress. Here we go. Some crazy shit I saw in high school back in the 90s. Our school had 2 floors. Floor 1 had a gym, commons, library. It also held the 9th and 10th grade classrooms. Upstairs held the 11th and 12th grade classrooms. These floors are connected by a handicap elevator that one exceptionally unhealthy teacher used, along with a tall set of wide concrete steps. It's technically 2 flights of steps to get to the 2nd floor. It's a tall climb that I would make multiple times every day. The 2nd floor is basically a long hallway, with classrooms and lockers on either side. At the end of the hallway is a glass exit door, and the other end is a large open space that overlooks the 1st floor commons area. Homecoming night. I'm part of the homecoming royalty. The night of our home game, we're supposed to walk out on the field during halftime, where they reveal the king and the queen. They're crowned, then we have to run off the muddy field in our nice suits and dresses, while the visiting team begins to run out onto the field and begin to warm up for the second part of the game. I wasn't voted queen, but my best friend Nikki was, and that means our group's party still got the royal treatment on dance night. 6 coupons for Red Lobster, and a limo to take us from there to the dance. Trust me, for the time, this was epic. Our inflated sense of selves arrived at the dance, thinking we were movie stars or something, hopping out of the only stretch limousine the town had ever seen. The dance was at our school gym, so looking back, it makes me laugh how epic we thought all of this was. Well, that's the innocent stuff. Most of the night we were able to hang out behind the scenes in the commons area. It wouldn't be until later that we'd be walked on stage and do some grand gesture. Another thing we inflated into oblivion. Egos were at full capacity that night. But before all of that, before the grand royal entrance, all of us were hanging out unsupervised in our designated back area. Some of the boys were throwing a football up and down the second floor balcony. Every so often we'd peek out at the crowd and laugh at all of the other kids having a good time. You know, because mean. In reality, they were actually doing what they wanted to, whereas I got to see 2 meatheads throw a football at each other. When I heard Spice Girls come on, Nikki and I joked, pretending to know and lip-sync all of the lyrics and dance moves from the music video. Then in runs a freshman that's also on the football team, but not on homecoming court. He was sent to tell us all that we need to be ready on floor 1 in 10 minutes. He announces to the group, and the homecoming king, a slightly not sober one, I might add, looks over the banister and tells the kid to come upstairs. The kid does so, running up the tall flights of stairs to reach His Majesty. When he gets to the top, he walks over to where Nate's standing. Then Nate points a finger in the kid's direction, and he says, "Freshmen, do a dance for our enjoyment." He starts moving around along with the beat of the music through the wall. After a minute, Nate tells him to stop and face the people below. The freshman turns and looks down to us lounging in the first floor commons. We all jokingly boo the kid. Then Nate comes up behind the kid and grabs him off of his feet, holding him like a baby, and then lifting him over the railing of the balcony. Below, we all think it's the funniest thing ever. None of our combined teen brains could predict whatever could possibly happen. Then, my stomach dropped when the kid's awkward laughing changed to screams for Nate to stop and begging him to be set back down. As Nate holds the struggling freshman over the railing, he calls out to the crowd, asks if the kid's dance moves appeased us. There's a mixture of laughter and thumbs down being thrown in their direction. He tells the freshman, "Well, you heard him." Then he acts like he's going to toss the kid off. This joking jiggle makes the kid squirm so fierce he actually managed to push himself from Nate's arms while he was still suspended in the air. Nate drops the freshman, and all of us watch in shock as he drops. His legs hit the trophy case, and he spun like a helicopter landing on the ground with a loud smack bounce. The freshman's arm stiffened out in front of him, then he went limp on the ground. By now, I was in a full-blown panic. Everything happened so fast, I couldn't believe we'd just seen that. My first thought was to grab an adult, but as I see Nikki already en route, I decided to see if the kid was okay. Nate stays upstairs, looking down at what he'd just done. He keeps saying, "I didn't mean to drop him. It was an accident," over and over again. The kid was conscious, but I told him not to move. I wasn't sure if that was the right thing to do, but it's the only thing I'd ever seen any medical professional tell someone to do after a fall. Minutes after the kid's fall, teachers and chaperones are swarming the area, telling all of the kids to leave. There's an ambulance parked outside the gymnasium, and medics are running through the dance, bringing the rest of the evening's festivities to a halt. Literally, the least cool thing anyone could do, and we did it. We have to tell the medics and the principal what happened, and that night, police arrest Nate. He's out by the next day, and that Saturday morning, police were now at my door, taking me in for questioning. If the kid died, they had a murder case on their hands, and they were looking to wrap it up quickly. Homecoming King Nate told the police that I coerced him into putting the freshman in that predicament, giving the thumbs down and telling Nate, and I quote, "Drop him backwards." This obviously wasn't true. The other kids they interviewed also had stories in line with mine. But Nate was our big football star. He had a game the next week and scholarships to any college he wanted. The staff couldn't very well let him go out like this. When a few of the faculty that were chaperoning the dance were interviewed, it was mentioned that I was a troublemaker and a bully. Nate had been manipulated into fulfilling my orders to drop the child for my sadistic enjoyment. It was absolutely fucked what they pulled on me. Nate was able to walk away from this with his reputation squeaky clean. The kid survived, and it was all ruled an accident in the final report. But I was thrown to the wolves so that freshman's parents wouldn't go after the school any further. They wanted blood for their child, and I was chosen for the chopping block. I wasn't allowed to attend my graduation, and with bullying and hazing on my records, the few colleges I had wanted to attend all turned down my letters of interest I'd written in hopes they'd overlook those red-inked words. One college, last on my list, and probably last on a bunch of lists. They let me in, but the sororities saw me as a risky pledge, and I had to live in a dorm the year and a half I attended. Here I am in my 40s, and still a bit bitter about Nate. But I do have a bit of knowledge that allowed me to accept the balance of the world and move on. Plus, I got myself a whole new group of friends, a whole new outlook on life after this whole thing happened. I was determined to be nothing like I was, and to make sure the company I keep reflects my own values and so on. That's what growing up is about. It's just that hopefully you learn it without seriously injuring another human. Also, I'm not proud this makes me smile because I'm not a sociopath, but Nate's sophomore year of college, he blew out his knee in the first game of the season. Did it change my situation? Not in any way. Did it change Nate's? Yeah. And somehow, some way, my injustice was righted. Hakuna Matata, but only after revenge. My name is Addie, and today is the 10-year anniversary of my sobriety. To celebrate, I wanted to share a story that happened to me about 10 years ago. I was 26 and living in a temporary housing shelter with my friend Monet. To qualify for this housing, you must have no pets, drugs, or weapons on the property. Some of our friends actually said no to the free housing, each for their own personal reasons, most of them being narrowed down to animals or habits they couldn't get rid of or easily conceal. Monet and I had habits that for the most part were hidden very well. Our drugs of choice were alcohol and on occasion a little oxy. Since we snorted the drugs instead of smoking, we didn't have to worry about any suspicious smells either. We were set. It was easy to get past security. Most of the bums working there didn't really care enough to check us, or they felt some kind of way about frisking a woman's body. There was your occasional alpha security guard, usually an older asshole looking to exert his authority. We knew to spot them out, and we would either return clean or wait until their shift ended, which was a bitch most of the time because our plugs didn't like to be out and about in the daylight hours. And they didn't work every night, so we adaptable fiends scheduled our calendars to pick up on odd days, then measured out our stash to last us until the next security switch. The night this happened, it was one of those typical nights. Our plug was the same as always. He hooked us up and we got back to our tiny home, drew all the curtains down real low and salivated over the paper bag holding our belongings. We dig in. How I Met Your Mother is playing on the TV. Before the episode's over, Monet turns the TV off. The mattress where she sleeps sits on the floor almost eye level with me. My sleeping arrangement isn't much better. It's an air mattress that I'd blow up and deflate every day and night. It was better than the hardwood floor of the room, though. I heard a distant sniff-sniff in the room, but I decided I was too zonked to bother with more. Then it becomes quiet aside from the distant city traffic. I don't remember when our conversation stopped, but we must have nodded off one after the other. Okay, now, this part chokes me up every time I retell this, and I've only shared it with a few people because of the circumstances and just how heart-wrenching it was to see. When I told my therapist about it, she blamed it on the drugs I was taking. So did my sister when I told her. They, as well as probably most of you, couldn't fully comprehend what it was like. What I got high with wasn't known to give vivid hallucinations, and I'd never had something like this happen before. But later that night, I woke up. Monet's desk lamp was still on, and when I opened my eyes, I'm looking in the direction of her mattress, and I see that she's sitting in a squatted position, making motions with her hands like she's furiously digging a hole into her bedding. I'm like, "Girl, what are you doing?" Monet stops her digging and turns her head towards me. I'll never forget the expression she had on. She was panicking. She says, "Addie, I can't get back inside. I can't get back." Then she turns her focus back to the bed and keeps digging into the bedding. I'm groggy and trying to process what she said. I move my attention to what she's digging at, and I see Monet, lying there, eyes closed, tucked under the covers. Then, the Monet that was on top of the other one digging is suddenly gone. For a moment, I couldn't believe my eyes. I literally did the pinch test just to make sure that I was awake. When I confirmed that I was, I got up and went over to wake up Monet, but she wouldn't wake up. I shook her, shouting her name, but she was totally limp, her head rolling to the side, eyes shut, face pale. My stomach twisted. My heart started hammering in my chest. All I could think of was, she's dying. I can't lose her. Then, without even realizing what I'm doing, I move her onto her side to see if there's anything in her mouth. When it was clear, I laid her back down and I started CPR. I pressed my hands over her chest, pushed down hard, counting under my breath, trying to remember my fleeting training from almost 3 years prior. I was desperate to get her awake, to breathe. My mind kept flashing back to that image, her ghost or spirit or whatever I had just seen, clawing desperately, trying to get back into her body. "Come on, Monet," I kept whispering. "Come on, you're still here. You're not leaving me." I stopped compressions for only a moment as I fumbled for my phone with one hand and dialed 911. I set the phone down to continue compressions. Once the dispatcher answered, I choked out our location and said, "My friend, she's not breathing. She took something. I need help, please." I didn't even hear the response, just the assurance that help was coming. The seconds felt like hours, every beat of silence between my compressions stretching out as I wondered if I'd already lost her. My whole body was shaking, but I didn't stop. And then, just when I thought it was too late, she made this terrible, gasping sound, like she was fighting her way out of a nightmare. Her chest heaved. She took a shuddering breath, eyelids fluttering as she struggled to open them, relief crashing over me as I crumbled next to her, my vision blurry from the tears. Paramedics arrived a few minutes later. They loaded her onto a stretcher, asking me questions, but all I could do was nod, dazed, and follow them to the ambulance, my mind replaying everything I'd just seen. I didn't say a word about her spirit. Part of me didn't want to believe all of which I'd just seen. The next few days were a blur. Monet was kept for observation, and I spent hours at her bedside, barely leaving, not wanting to be anywhere else until I knew that she was okay. She was quiet, almost haunted, not meeting my eyes. I wondered if she remembered any of it. Then, a few nights later, when things had calmed down a little, she looked at me and said, "Addie, while I was out, I had the scariest, craziest dream. It didn't feel like a dream, though. It was like I was watching myself from above. I kept trying to get back inside my body, clawing, screaming, trying to make myself breathe, but I couldn't. I could feel you, though. You were pulling me back." She paused, her eyes wide and scared. It felt like I was trapped, like I was so close, but no matter what I did, I couldn't break through. Her words hit me like a punch to my gut. It was exactly what I'd seen, the desperate look in her eyes, the way she'd clawed at the bedding, trying to get back to herself. It had been real as the night itself. I saw you, Monet," I finally admitted. "I saw you on top of yourself, like a ghost or something, digging, trying to get back in. That's what made me get up and help you." Neither of us said anything for a while. We just sat there, staring at each other, knowing that we'd shared something that no one else could ever understand. Whatever had happened that night had gone beyond anything I'd ever believed possible. It was enough to get me sober. I actually checked myself into rehab, which is something I had never seen myself doing. Today, 10 years later, I've made it through a decade of sobriety, and not a day goes by that I don't think about that night. Monet and I didn't get sober together. Believe it or not, that experience didn't shake her enough. She'd continue to struggle for the better part of a year. After she got clean, we started talking a lot more, and though we've both moved on, each in our own way, we know that moment saved us, both of us in different ways. Because for me, Once you've stood at the edge, when you've seen someone you love clawing their way back from death, it changes you. It should change you. This happened when I was 8 years old. Our house sat on the edge of a sprawling, overgrown field, and the backyard was my playground, a space where my imagination could run wild, and I would swear on the afternoons the quietness made me feel like I had the whole world to myself. I remember that day the air was thick and still. It was the kind of warm, lazy afternoon where even the birds seemed too tired to sing. I was sitting in the grass, running a stick through the dirt as I sketched out a game for myself. But after a while, I got bored and wanted to find my mom, hoping that she could take a look at what I'd drawn. I stood up, brushing the dirt off my hands, and I scanned the backyard for her. It didn't take long to spot her. She was by the old garden shed, hunched over a few boxes, her blue sweater catching the light of the sun as it peeked through the trees. That sweater, it was the one that she'd always worn when she was working outside. Her glasses slipped down her nose like they always did, and I could see her absently pushing them back up with the back of her hand, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Mom!" I called out, waving as I started walking towards her. "Hey, Mom, come here. I want to show you something." She didn't respond. She didn't even glance up from the boxes. I frowned and took a few more steps, raising my voice a little louder. "Mom, did you hear me?" Still, nothing. I could see her moving, still sorting through the boxes, but it was like I wasn't even there. And then a strange sense of unease began to settle over me, one that I'd never felt in the presence of my mom before. A prickling sensation, it was creeping up my arms. I waved again, more frantically this time. "Mom?" I was standing just a few feet away from her now, close enough to hear the rustle of cardboard as she shifted through the contents of the box. But it was as if I were invisible. My heart started to race. In the air, it felt weird, thick. I had this growing sensation that something was wrong. Frustrated and kind of scared, I stopped, turned on my heel, and made my way back toward the house. I didn't know what else to do. Maybe she was just distracted, I thought. Maybe she didn't hear me because she was so focused on whatever she was doing. But still, that cold feeling wouldn't leave me as I reached the back door and stepped inside. And that's when I saw her. She was standing at the kitchen sink, her back to me. She was just rinsing dishes. Her blue sweater was gone, replaced by a light t-shirt, and her hair was loosely tied up, just the way she always did when she cooked or cleaned. I stopped cold in the doorway. My hand was still on the doorknob, but my mind was struggling to catch up with what I was seeing. She was inside? How? I'd just seen her out by the shed not more than a minute ago. I hadn't taken my eyes off of her until I walked back in toward the house. There was no way that she could have gotten inside before me. No way that she could have changed clothes that fast. I had chills now, and I felt my throat tighten as I slowly walked into the kitchen. My footsteps were hesitant. "Mom?" I asked. She turned, drying her hands on a dish towel, smiling at me like nothing in the world was out of place. "What's up, sweetie?" I stared at her, trying to find the words, but my mind was just racing. "Weren't you just outside, by the shed?" She blinked, her smile fading as she looked at me, puzzled. "No, I've been in here for the past hour, cleaning the kitchen. Why? What's wrong?" "But I just saw you," I said. My voice was quieting down. "You were out there, going through the boxes by the shed. I waved at you. I called out." She looked at me carefully. She took a step closer, crouching down slightly so that she would be at my eye level. "Honey, I've been inside this whole time. "Are you sure you saw me?" I was really trying to make sense of it, trying to replay the scene in my head. I could still see her standing there in the yard, pushing her glasses up, her blue sweater clear in my mind. I knew what I'd seen. I wasn't making it up, but now, standing here, looking at her in the kitchen, it felt impossible. I looked toward the back door, half expecting to see someone else standing by the shed, but when I peered out the window, the yard was empty. The shed was just as it always was, worn down, quiet, the boxes still stacked neatly beside it. The image of her outside, it was so vivid, so undeniably real, that for a long moment, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. It was like I had seen something that I wasn't supposed to see. And I answered her, "I'm sure." I guess I whispered it more to myself than to her, but she reached out and gently touched my arm. "Maybe you were daydreaming, sweetheart. It happens. You know, sometimes our imaginations just run wild." I nodded slowly, but I wasn't convinced. I knew what I had seen, and it was nothing like my imagination. It was too clear to have been a daydream. The memory of her outside was still sharp in my mind. Even the way the light had hit her hair, the sound of the boxes rustling. I didn't argue, though. What was there to say? As the days passed, I tried to forget about it, tried to convince myself that maybe it was my imagination. Maybe my imagination was getting stronger. But every once in a while, I'd catch a glimpse of the shed from the corner of my eye, and that same unease would creep back in. I never saw her in two places at once again, but to this day I still wonder, what did I see that afternoon? And how many times had I trusted my eyes, not realizing that maybe, just maybe, they were showing me something that wasn't really there. The Vortex Highway, just a stretch of Route 33 near the southern edge of Oregon that's infamous for strange occurrences. Compasses spinning, birds flying in circles, electronics shorting out. I'd heard about it over the years, being from near the area. Even read a few online threads full of wild stories. But it wasn't until last year, when I took the route for myself, that I understood why people stayed away. I'm not a superstitious person. I've spent most of my life behind the wheel, driving cross-country for work. Nothing scares me on the road, not thunderstorms or blizzards, not even the loneliness that comes with hours of driving through empty, isolated highways. But what happened to me on Route 33, I still can't explain. I was headed from Portland to a small town in Northern California for a work gig. It was a clear afternoon, a little overcast in the distance, but nothing out of the ordinary. My GPS directed me toward Route 33, a shortcut through some pretty rural areas. I remembered the stories about the vortex, shrugged them off, obviously. People love a good campfire tale. The moment I hit the stretch of road, though, things started to feel off. The trees that lined the road, they seemed too tall, too close together, as if they were leaning in, crowding the asphalt. My radio signal cut out, leaving me with only static. And that's common in remote areas, so no big deal, right? But then I noticed the sky. The overcast clouds, they'd thickened into a strange swirling pattern directly above me, almost like they were moving in slow, tight circles. I remember glancing at my clock, 2:15 p.m. I had a lot of hours before sundown, a lot of driving. And that's when I started to feel wrong. The best way I can describe it is like a heaviness, a pressure building in the air. My chest felt tight, my head buzzed, as if I were sitting under high-voltage power lines. I chalked it up to being tired. I kept driving. Maybe it was a storm, but there was no rain, nothing, just the noise and the clouds. A few minutes later, something even stranger happened. I saw the same mile marker, the one that I had passed 10 minutes ago. I was sure of it. Mile marker 204. A sign for an old, run-down gas station up ahead that I'd already seen and decided to skip. I frowned, thinking I must have missed a turn somehow. I checked my GPS, but the screen was frozen. The little blue dot showing my location was stuck in place, like I wasn't moving at all. I pulled over, trying to get my bearings, feeling a little bit uneasy, thinking maybe I am superstitious. My phone had no service, which was kind of weird, but again, I thought it was just the area. I reset the GPS, turned the car back on, and kept going. And that's when it happened. I blinked. That's the only way I can describe it. One moment, I'm driving past a cluster of trees. The next, the road was completely different. The trees were gone. The sky, which had been an odd, swirling gray, was now a deep, dark purple. I slammed on my brakes. My heart was sort of hammering in my chest, and I was wondering what the hell just happened. I checked the clock on my dashboard. 7:43 p.m. 5 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. I sat there, staring at the time, trying to just make sense of it. There was no way I'd been driving for 5 hours. I hadn't stopped. I hadn't dozed off. It was just gone. Missing time. My phone was dead. No GPS. The air outside of my car felt thick. It was still humming. I had to keep driving. I didn't know where I was, but I really hoped I'd figure it out. I drove, faster now, trying to outrun whatever was happening. The pressure in my head was kind of unbearable, like my skull was being squeezed. I glanced in the rearview mirror, and there was something behind me, just barely visible. A tall figure, maybe, dark, standing at the edge of the road, watching me, but getting further away. I couldn't make out features in such a time. It was just a black outline. I really didn't want anything to do with this place, so I floored it, and I didn't look back again. After what felt like probably forever, I finally saw lights, and there was a town up ahead. As soon as I passed a gas station, my phone pinged to life, and the clock on my dashboard seemed to be working with reality, showing 8:10 p.m. That was about how much time had passed since I had this strange experience. At the moment I pulled into town, the pressure in the air had disappeared, and that strange buzzing was gone. The clouds, normal. But I still had no idea what happened. I checked my phone, scrolling through the hours that had disappeared. No missed calls, no messages. Like nothing had happened in those 5 hours. But I knew it wasn't nothing. I'd been somewhere else for a long time. There's not really a reason for me to take Route 33 anymore. I don't really even drive near it, but I do find myself obsessively checking the clock when I'm driving. Kind of afraid that one of these days I'll blink again, but this time I just won't come back or something. I was 18 in 1978, working the closing shift at the Willow Creek Library. Willow Creek was a town where the most scandalous event of the decade was the installation of a new, slightly more brutalist fountain in the town square. It was, in short, profoundly safe. That safety, I now realize, was its most dangerous trap. My duties were simple: ensure all returns were logged, straighten the periodicals, and secure the building by precisely 9 p.m. I cherished those final solitary hours. The library, Normally a space of muted coughs and rustling paper would become a cathedral of quiet, echoing with the sound of my own footsteps on the polished floors. It was a Thursday in October, and I was in the biography stacks, my card piled high with the day's discards. I glanced at my watch and it was 8:47 p.m. I always locked the main doors at 8:45 p.m. sharp, allowing me 15 minutes to finish my final circuit and exit. I heard the sound of the main door lock rattling, a brief, muffled, metallic sound. I froze in place. I never remembered to double-check that lock. It was old and stiff, but I'd been certain I'd locked it tonight. "Hello?" A man's voice called, the acoustics of the high ceilings making the words sound strangely resonant. "Is anyone still here? I saw the light on." My chest tightened. I moved quietly to the end of the aisle, standing near the circulation desk. Just inside the heavy oak doors, there was a man. He was impeccably dressed in a beige trench coat, a tie, holding a large black umbrella, though he appeared perfectly dry. He looked about 50, with graying hair, neatly combed, and a face that was disturbingly unforgettable. "We close at 8:45, sir," I said, my voice perhaps a shade too firm. "You'll have to come back tomorrow." He smiled, a wide, overly polite grimace that reached his eyes. "Oh, my deepest apologies. I lost track of time. A most fascinating book." He gestured vaguely toward the nonfiction section. He took a slow, deliberate step away from the door. "I just needed to ask a question of the librarian, if you don't mind." I hated this. It was late. I was alone, and he was clearly past the point of being a valid patron. But I couldn't simply throw him out. That was the difficulty of working in a public service. You were beholden to decorum. "I'm afraid I'm just preparing to set the alarm," I said, moving quickly toward the circulation desk, my only barrier. He started walking again, slowly but steadily, angling away from the main door and toward the narrow corridor that led to the staff offices and the basement. "It concerns a rather rare text," he continued, completely ignoring my statement. "Something in the archives, perhaps." I noticed two things then that chilled me to my core. First, the way he was walking was not exploratory. It was strategic. He was moving to cut off my escape route to the public street and subtly maneuvering me deeper into the less trafficked stacks. Second, he wasn't carrying a book. His hands were empty, save the umbrella, which he held like a slender cane. "Sir, the archives are closed to the public," I stated, trying to sound authoritative. I stopped my approach to the circulation desk and retreated deeper into the main floor, feigning a need to check the map index. He stopped too, just past the doorway to the children's section. The light there was always dim, casting deep, confusing shadows. "But you can check it out, can't you, dear?" he asked, his voice dropping an octave. The polite veneer was cracking, revealing something cold and possessive underneath. "No one else is here tonight, just the two of us. I just need to check something out with you personally." The shift from ma'am to dear, the implication of exclusivity, and the way he held my gaze, it was like a switch had been flipped. This wasn't a patron seeking a book. He was a predator who had deliberately isolated his prey. I knew with sudden, terrifying clarity that if he reached the main doors before I did, he would lock them, and I would be trapped. I couldn't run past him. I remembered something that old Mr. Daly, the janitor, had told me months ago about the building's quirky layout. Tucked behind the deepest stack of reference books, the dusty, unused volumes that no one ever touched, was a small, unmarked utility door. It led to the cramped, dark stairwell that descended into the boiler room. It was only ever used by maintenance, but it had a functioning internal hatch. Without breaking eye contact, I said, "Sure, you can go, but I'll be right back with the form, sir." It was a ridiculous lie, but it bought me some time. I turned and walked calmly down the 9th aisle, the path of least resistance, my pace excruciatingly slow, and I could hear his footsteps behind me, not hurrying, but following. He was confident. When I reached the end of the aisle, I didn't turn right toward the main desk. I spun left, dove behind the last bookcase, and frantically fumbled for the utility door. I found the latch, I pulled it open, slid inside the blackness of the stairwell, and slammed the heavy door shut, while cranking it from the inside. The old lock clunked into place. I pressed my back against the splintered wood, barely breathing. I heard him reach the end of the aisle. Not a crash, not a panic, just a slow, soft footfall. He paused. Then he rapped sharply on the other side of the door, right next to my ear. "I know you're in there," he whispered. His voice was dangerously soft and calm. "I know where the phones are, dear." That was my next move. I had to get to the staff phone in the main office, but that meant going back out. I crept down the basement stairs, feeling my way through the dusty dark until I reached the boiler room. It smelled of coal and rust, but in the corner, I found the blessed ancient payphone the janitors used. I fed it a dime, the only coin I had, and frantically dialed the operator. Then the police. I stayed locked in that tiny metal-encased room, clutching the receiver for what felt like forever. When the police finally arrived, they found the library dark, empty, and the main doors securely locked from the outside. He was gone. I never went back to the library. The police could never identify the man. But he'd been casing the place, likely stalking me. The fact that he was confident enough to leave me locked in there, calmly walk away, when he knew that help was coming, it confirmed that he would probably try again. I escaped, not a patron, but a hunter. And the quiet library was his meticulously chosen hunting ground, which surely spoiled it for me. My name's Emma. If I told you that I once worked at a brothel, but I didn't work at a brothel, would you believe me? Well, believe it or not, it takes a lot to keep a legal brothel up to code. I did this for 3 years. Coming from a senior management position in another line of work, along with my skills in Excel, the bookkeeping was easy to do, and it paid a whole lot more than the company I was previously working for. If it wasn't for the money, I'd probably have overlooked the opportunity. Saying I worked at a brothel came with a stigma the paycheck just barely made me forget about. The fear about the stigma, though, was just my ego, because they ran that place with elegance and class. It was clean, and their clients were mostly high-end businessmen, musicians, and athletes. In my 3 years there, we only had one incident where Big Jim had to intervene. When I was there, we had a Big Jim and a Big Brandon and a Big Sam who rotated security. These large men were amazing at protecting our girls while they were there. But when they left our property, most of them lived much different lives. I'm speaking from personal experience that most of the women that worked there came from hard backgrounds. Sure, you'd get the occasional princess chasing a quick paycheck, but it wasn't as common. I'd met a girl when I first started working there. Her name was Greta, and it was her first week there. I think maybe her third day. Greta had also been from Arizona, and we figured out after our first conversation that she and I used to live in the same school district. Neither of us competed in sports, but our schools used to play each other. She and I, being so far away from home, bonded us together like sisters, and we were inseparable after our first day together. Greta was 23, and she had long strawberry hair that she styled big for the times. While we worked there, our rooms were all on the property, like a second little motel. We were free to come and go as we pleased. Greta was in a pretty toxic on and off again relationship that remained that way the full 3 years I'd known her. He picked her up a couple of times from the brothel, but never got out of the car. I'd, of course, have to hear the stories of him breaking her heart, time after time, and I'd give advice like she'd take it seriously, and the cycle would repeat again. To maintain room and board, the girls had to sign a contract outlining their schedule. They could sign on for a week up to 6 months, but were expected to stay the whole time that they signed up for. Some girls would sign up for bi-weekly residences too. Again, we were very flexible, and we had a waiting list for potential workers. When Greta no-showed on a week that she'd signed up for, I wasn't concerned about the business. I was concerned because Greta was never flaky, and in those 3 years of me scheduling her, she'd always shown up. It was very out of character, and so I tried giving her a call, and it went straight to voicemail. I'd randomly punch in her number and try it multiple times throughout the week, hoping to hear it ring, hoping to hear her voice. I would have gladly taken any excuse she gave me, just to know that she was all right. But every time, it went straight to voicemail. This wasn't one of those jobs where we'd follow up or call the cops about a wellness check because a mailing address wasn't something that we required to apply because we gave them cash. I suspected her boyfriend had gone off the deep end, but with only his first name and a vague secondhand description of him, it felt silly to call the police. Later that week, though, her boyfriend would pull into the parking lot, and this time I'd get to see what he looked like in person. And though I now had a clear description of him, my suspicions of his involvement dissolved when I gathered that he was looking for Greta too. His name was Rajid. He walked through the front door and asked if I knew who Greta was, if anybody had heard from her recently. I told him I knew her, but nobody's received any sort of contact from her. Rajid thanked me, wrote down his number just in case she did come back, and then he departed. After that week had passed, Big Sam was tasked on cleaning out the rest of Greta's things from her room. As he's lifting up her mattress from the box frame, he saw the wood on the floor had some discoloration. So Sam lifts up the wooden frame and uncovers a decent-sized pentagram, painted in red, that was hidden under her bed. In her drawers, we found these tiny dolls carved out of wood. They were small enough to fit in your palm, and if you stared at them long enough, they all resembled somebody at the brothel. The details on them were incredible. Taking them into the light, we could see that they were all individually painted. Seeing the familiar features on these figurines had caught my eye because there was one with blue and black hair. It looked just like the hairstyle of one of our residents. Big Sam wasn't too impressed. He went back to cleaning out the rest of Greta's stuff. But I stayed standing outside, looking at these creations, wondering if Greta had whittled them. If she did, she'd never mentioned having such a talent. Along with the multicolored hair one that was easy to pick out, I also found a little Big Sam figurine, a little me, and what I believe was Greta's character. She was one of 2 African-American women that worked there, and they had different body types. Greta's doll didn't look like the rest of them. The painted faces all of them wore were simple white circles and black pupils. No nose, no mouth. A few had blue pupils, but Greta had black circles with red pupils. I'm staring at this demonic-looking doll when Sam pops his head out of the door and asks me if I had the remote to the TV in there. I said no, and he gave me an interrogating hard stare before going back in. A second later, Sam's coming out of Greta's room again, but this time he's running out, arms wailing, like he's swatting a bee away from his ear. I go, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Hand to God, Sam looked pale, shaken up big time. He says, "Look," and shows me his goosebump-filled arms and says, "Someone just whispered in my ear, Emma." Now I was giving the interrogation stare down, wondering if he was trying to prank me, but he swore intently that he wasn't. He said the TV in there kept turning on and off, so he got on his hands and knees, reaching behind her dresser to unplug it from the wall. And while he was down there, that's when he had not just heard, but felt the breath of someone whispering in his ear. I was sure a bug had just flown by his ear, but his temper jumped to aggravated as he told me that he'd know the difference. We paid Big Sam for his size, not his manners or people skills, so what do you do when your big security guard gets spooked? Well, I don't know, so I went into Greta's room myself. I think on the idea that I'd find a moth or another winged bug in there, and I'd be able to laugh in Sam's tattooed face, call him a baby. So I step inside, and it felt like Sam had the AC cranked all the way up before he'd ran out. But I went over to turn it off and noticed it already was. The unit wasn't cold. The chill in the room wasn't coming from there. I didn't stick around long enough to figure out where the source was coming from either. As I'm searching for a pest to blame, I inevitably look up. When I do, I see there's a message written on the ceiling above me. I'll always remember what it said, because I had to take a picture of it for our records and insurance purposes, as well as physically rewrite it on a ton of documents. In the same red paint that was used for the pentagram, Greta had written, "I'm still here," in big capital letters that stretched across the white ceiling. I got a tingle up my spine I couldn't ignore, and I made my way out almost as fast as Sam did. It would cost a couple $1,000s to get that room renovated enough for someone to live in it again, but even after, the girls that would stay in there would complain about weird things happening in that room, ranging from strange sounds to more than one claim of a full-on figure standing behind them when they're looking into the bathroom mirror. They'll usually ask to change rooms. A few times we didn't have extra rooms available, and the girls actually gave up their residency, packing their belongings and driving away that night. I couldn't make sense of it. The year Greta went missing was the same year I quit. I started to dread showing up to work. There was something about that place. It felt like it was attracting negative energy. The girls started changing, and I no longer thought of us as a band of rebels looking out for each other. A job's a job, though. And to say the camaraderie wasn't my end-all reason. I really hated how creeped out everyone got about Greta's old room. Nobody treated her disappearance as something to mourn over. Everyone just moved on, started treating Greta's door like little children would, daring each other to knock on the door at night, making a mockery of something truly tragic. I couldn't explain why she had those dolls or graffiti in her room, but everyone's apathy toward it made me sick, because she was a good friend to me. And wherever she is now, heaven, hell, or in between, I'll always wish the best for her. I work nights at a lakeside industrial site in the Pacific Northwest. Fences, cameras, badge readers, the usual. It's quiet most shifts. You learn every hum of the place. Transformer buzz, the clack from door 4, especially when it doesn't shut all the way. The few seagulls that patrol like they're on payroll. I log it all. That's my job. Observe, note, don't be a hero. The lake is 50 yards past the fence line. We get morning mists that burn off by 9, but night fog is different. It feels like it decides where to sit. On this particular Thursday, it came off of the water around 0100 and hung at waist height, slow and deliberate. Visibility at the fence dropped to maybe 20 feet. I put it in the log. 26 minutes later, the motion camera on the south perimeter pinged and then pinged again. Could have been a heron. Could have been the wind. Could have been nothing. I flipped through feeds. On cam S3, there was just fog and the chain link fence, and then a shape moved left to right along the outside of the fence. Tall and thin. If I had to say woman or man, I'd say woman from the general lines. I zoomed, got more fog for my trouble. I went out for a check. Policy says you don't approach unknowns alone. But the last time I called for backup, it was a raccoon with a tortilla. I took the handheld, the big mag light, and the old binoculars from the drawer that we pretended was organized. By the time I got to the south side, the fog had crept up to the chest level. It was the thick kind that eats sound. I could hear the lake in a general sense, but not specifics. No frogs or freeway. My breath sounded like I'd mic'd it up. I walked the inside of the fence and shone the light through the mesh every 20 feet. The beam just made a white wall. At the corner where the fence runs closest to the water, the fog thinned for a second, like a curtain fidgeting. And I saw a woman. She was standing ankle deep at the edge of the lake, 30 feet beyond the fence. Tall, taller than me, with a long coat or dress. It hung straight down. It didn't move like fabric. I know how odd that sounds. The surface of it didn't ripple with the breeze. It sat heavy in the fog, like it was part of it. She had her head leaned to one side like she was listening for something on the ground. When I hit her with the light, she turned, and one arm came up with a slow, almost gentle wave, palm forward. A stop that you might give a dog that's about to jump on you. I said, "Ma'am, you can't be on this property. Are you okay?" My voice died, 4 feet from my face. She didn't answer. She repositioned her feet a little in the water, which is when I realized that her feet weren't feet the way that mine are. The angle was wrong. I'd seen hoof prints in the mud around here before. Deer. 2 neat leaves. What I saw under the fog looked like that, except it was attached to her in a way that my brain didn't want. I thought, foxtail plant. I thought, branch shadow. The part of my brain that likes boxes went wild, throwing unhelpful labels at the wall. I raised the binoculars because the camera had made me lazy about seeing for myself. The lenses fogged immediately. I wiped them with my sleeve, tried again. I got her face at maybe 8x. It wasn't a face of horror. It was a long face, tired around the mouth, eyes a bit too reflective for the amount of light, as if there was a second light source behind them. She kept the hand up. While I adjusted the focus, the edges of her coat wavered like heat above asphalt. And I could see past for a second, past her, the lake, darker where the bottom falls off fast, and something moving under the surface that made a path of slightly different fog above it, coming in toward shore. I said, "Ma'am," again, because I didn't have anything else. She dropped the hand, and I got the distinct sense, not a thought, a sense, that I'd been heard and politely declined. When I lowered the binoculars, she wasn't where I'd put her a second ago. She was 5 feet to the right, standing still, looking past me now toward the buildings. I walked the fence line to keep up, and my boot hit something that gave like wet paper in the grass. I pointed the light down. Hoofprint. Fresh. The shape of it was crisp, and water was already pooling inside of it from the fog. I put my own boot heel next to it, not to measure, just to convince myself that there was ground under me. My heel print looked like it shouldn't be allowed right there. When I looked up again, she wasn't in the beam. I swept left to right and caught nothing but drape after drape of fog like curtains in an empty house. The water sucked once against the shore like it had swallowed and was done. I backed to the patrol cart without turning my back all of the way because my body didn't want to do that. In the shack, I logged what I could without committing myself to being the guy who writes woman with hooves. I reviewed the cams. On S3, there's a gray mass that moves where I saw her. You can pause it and convince yourself of edges. The part you can't argue with is at 01:33 hours, when the fog bulges inland in one long shape, and the motion ping triggers 5 times at 5-second intervals, like something paced the fence. I've had people climb, kids cut holes. One drunk guy tried to swim to our storm drain outfall like it was a bar. I know how people move when they want something. This wasn't that. I don't know what it wanted, except maybe to be seen, but not engaged. Eventually, the fog broke like a trick. The sun pushed through and the lake went back to being just a lake. When my relief showed up, he said, "Quiet night?" And I said, "Yep," because I'd already decided I didn't want the look. On my way to the car, I cut by the south fence like I wasn't doing it on purpose. In the mud just outside, where the dirt stays pretty damp, there were 2 prints that didn't match any boot I'd ever seen or owned. They looked like deer, except maybe the weight was wrong. I could see where the pressure had gone deep toward the heel side, if hooves have a heel side. They led from the water to the fence, and then stopped, like the fog had decided that was enough. I haven't told anyone at work specifics. I don't want to be transferred to days for being unfit. Nights are my thing. The quiet is full of information if you listen at night. I logged heavy fog, motion alarms triggered by atmospheric interference. I didn't write about the hand that told me to stop without irritation, just practicality. I didn't write about the way the water moved towards her like the lake was trying to climb her ankles. You can say that it was a person in a coat, and a deer in the water, and a camera artifact. That's a great story. I'd like to believe it. I'll keep walking the fence either way, but if I see her again, I think I'll stop sooner, like she asked. Not necessarily because I'm afraid of being hurt, but because whatever she was looking for didn't seem to include me. I was 17 when I got my first real job. It wasn't bagging groceries like all my friends, but something that in hindsight feels like a setup for a ghost story. I worked at Castle Inn Catering, which operated out of the Gessner Mansion in Georgetown, Seattle, though everyone just calls it the Georgetown Castle. From the street, it looked like a leftover from a different century. Gray stone, turrets, and windows too narrow and tall for anything modern. By the 70s, it was worn down in a way that gave it more character than charm. And at night, with the fog rolling in, it could have passed for a set piece from a horror movie. My friends did tease me about it. I laughed along, but deep down, I already sensed something about that place didn't sit right. I guess that's just how you feel when you slightly know the history of some place. It's supposed to be haunted, so it feels that way. But no. At first, the work was simple. Setting up folding tables, carrying trays of food, pouring coffee for retirees at banquet dinners. The owner, a stout woman with a permanent scowl and a smoker's voice, didn't waste time on small talk. She told me where the mop was, how to polish the glasses so they didn't streak, and which rooms not to linger in after hours. I thought she was joking. Later, I realized she wasn't. During breaks, the older workers liked to tell stories about the place. They said back in the 1920s it had been a brothel and a saloon run by Peter Gessner himself, who made his money by providing entertainment during the Prohibition. Someone mentioned the name Sarah, or maybe Mary, depending on who was talking. The details shifted from mouth to mouth, but the gist was the same. A young redhead woman, once an employee of the brothel, met a violent end in one of the upstairs rooms. Some said that she'd been strangled by a jealous magician who'd courted her. Others said that she'd been shot by a pimp with a temper. Either way, her story ended in her death, but maybe not that of her spirit. She still walks the halls, one of the dishwashers told me matter-of-factly, like he was giving directions to the nearest bus stop. You'll know it's her when you see the white gown. Sometimes she's clean, sometimes she ain't. Either way, don't stare too long. She don't like it. Now, I did tend to laugh at these things, chalk it up to kitchen gossip, the kind of thing you tell new hires to spook them in the perfect setting. But soon enough, I stopped laughing. One night, after getting back from a wedding reception, I decided to stay behind, clean up the kitchen. I was alone in the dining room. I'd just smoked a cigarette outside and was sitting down. And while sitting there, I heard the distinct sound of a woman humming, not singing. And it wasn't coming from a radio, it was just humming. It drifted from the upstairs balcony, low, like someone was just passing time, but clear, like someone's voice really making the sound. I froze, listening. The place was supposed to be empty. I called out. Maybe one of my fellow workers was still around. The humming stopped, and then a door slammed upstairs, sharp as a gunshot. The next morning when I mentioned it, one of the older women shrugged. She likes weddings, she said. Always has. Always knows when we're preparing for one, you know? That was the first time I felt this shift. The crawling sense at the back of my neck that told me the stories weren't just for fun. I guess you could say the Gessner mansion had a way of showing its moods. Lights flickered even after electricians swore the wiring was sound. It was a new setup after all. Cold air pooled in certain corners. Didn't matter the season. Dishes, though, they sometimes leapt off the shelves, shattering on the tile floor with no one nearby. This was obviously before security cameras, but we didn't need them. Once during a Christmas party, I carried a tray of champagne flutes through the hall. As I stepped under the archway, every single glass on my tray tipped forward and crashed to the carpet. Not one backward or sideways, forward in unison. Guests gasped. My manager was cursing. But when I bent to clean, the sharp smell of iron filled my nose. Much stronger than the drinks I'd spilled. It was the smell of blood, and it turned my stomach. The scent vanished as quickly as it came, though. Later that same night, a coworker whispered to me, "I don't think she likes holidays. Bad memories." How could they know that? Sure, but still, it felt deliberate, the spilling of the glasses. My last real encounter happened on a February evening. We had catered a retirement party and just gotten back to the mansion. We now needed to break down and clean everything from the day's prep. A few of us were cleaning close to midnight. I went to start sweeping the upstairs hallway, a job I'd been putting off all night. That hallway had always made me a bit uneasy. The wallpaper peeling in strips, the fact that no one really used it. It sort of felt like a boarding house up there, as though guests might step out in their nightgowns at any moment. I guess at one point it was that, so. But on this night, as I worked my way down the corridor, broom in hand, I felt the air get cooler. My breath misted. I turned, and I saw her. She stood at the far end of the hallway, a woman in a white nightgown, the fabric sheer enough that the lamplight glowed through it. Her hair was blazing red, tangled, falling over her shoulders. She felt so real. At first, I thought the shadows were playing tricks. Maybe it was a painting I'd never seen. But then I saw the stains across her chest, dark patches, seeping, spreading, like blood still fresh. For just a moment, even in the distance, I felt the weight of her gaze. It was like something invisible pressing against my chest, daring me to move or look away. In the amount of time it took me to take a deep breath, she was gone. The sight of her being there and not there, it scared me. I lost grip of the broom, and I remember the sound it made, clattering against the floor. The noise seemed to break some sort of spell. But in that instant, every door along the hallway slammed shut, one after another, until only the silence was left. Well, I had already started making my way down before the silence. My one coworker, who was down in the kitchen still, was just laughing. Obviously, they'd worked there longer than me, experienced something like this before. But I had never experienced something like that before. I felt like I couldn't even tell anyone. Who believes something like that, or who cares? Nobody else seemed to be scared by the things that happened there, so I guess I sort of sucked it up. But a few weeks later, I told my boss that I had school, which wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the truth either. The truth was, I couldn't scrub the image of that woman from my mind. I couldn't really shake the sense that she'd singled me out somehow, showing herself. It's obviously been years since I've been inside the mansion, but I still live in the area, so I drive by it. By now, it's back in private hands. Its catering days are long over. If that place is haunted, or spirits still reside there, the new owners don't seem to talk about it. But gosh, I've wanted to knock on their door and ask so many times. I've always been drawn to the echoes in old things. As an antiques dealer, I don't just see objects. I see the hands that have held them, the lives they've witnessed. When I bought my place, the Winslow Victorian, a sprawling, ivy-choked mess just outside of town, it was a ruin, but it felt alive. It didn't just have an atmosphere, it had a personality. Eventually, I'd go on to name that personality. I called her the Widow. The house was subtly haunted, a gentle, almost benevolent presence. It wasn't the slamming doors of the movies, it was little gestures of comfort. I'd be reading late at night, feeling a chill, and a heavy wool blanket that I'd left downstairs would suddenly be draped over my shoulders. My favorite teacup would appear, rinsed, ready. I genuinely felt like I found a kindred spirit, a lonely old house that appreciated my company, my restoration efforts, and the life that I was breathing back into its beautiful bones. Thank you, I would whisper into the silence after these events. I was never afraid. I felt protected, That sense of protection curdled into possession the day I met Charles. Charles was a historian who worked at the town library. He was kind, funny, shared my passion for the past. I invited him over to see my progress on the parlor. The moment that he stepped across the threshold, though, the temperature dropped, a palpable 10 degrees. As we were talking, a massive antiqued framed mirror, a piece of furniture that had been bolted to the wall, leaned forward, not falling or swinging, but listing out from the wall. Charles, who was standing right beneath it, instinctively ducked. When we looked up, the mirror had settled right into place. I smiled weakly, but I felt the house and its jealousy. The next time Charles called, the moment I picked up the receiver, the line was filled with awful, loud sounds. It sounded like the ocean trying to pour itself through the phone. I hung up, trembling. When I tried to call Charles back, the rushing sound was gone, replaced by a sound I couldn't place. 1,000 tiny, quick whispers, unintelligible but frantic. I noticed that I started canceling our dates, and then I stopped calling my sister. I rationalized it as getting overwhelmed by the restoration, but deep down there was a part of me that knew I was appeasing the house. It felt like possession. I was becoming the solitary inhabitant it demanded. The climax came on a rainy Thursday. I was sitting in the library working on a blueprint when I finally snapped. The isolation was too much. I need a life, you selfish wreck, I shouted. Standing up and throwing my pencil down, I was actually yelling at a ghost. The house didn't rage back. It didn't throw a lamp. It simply was. I walked to the front door, turned the knob, and it wouldn't move. I forced it. I was going to see Charles. It didn't budge. I tried the back door, the kitchen door. All were inexplicably jammed, as if the wood had swelled up instantly. Every window in the room I saw now, it was either warped shut or had a piece of sash painted over. Not recently, but hundreds of years ago, now holding fast like iron somehow. I ran to the attic because I needed light. I needed air. I pulled down the fold-out stairs and scrambled up. The attic was dark and dusty, but there were vents there. While inside, I heard a deep, wet scraping sound coming from inside the walls. A groan of stressed wood and plaster, like something massive was adjusting its weight and contracting. The air felt vicious and heavy. The house was settling in, tucking me into its foundations. I felt smothered. The attic had a tiny round porthole window, too small for me to fit through. I ran to it, though, rattling the frame. The whispering came back. This time it was closer to my right ear. It was one voice now, deep, resonant, a sound that seemed to come from the very air. Stay. I wanted to do anything but. I used an old iron poker to smash out the small window. I crawled out, scraping myself, forcing myself through. I scrambled down to the nearest porch roof, scraping my hands and knees. Everything was raw. I jumped the last 10 feet into the mud, and I never went back for anything. I remember the first place I drove was to a payphone, and I called my realtor. I told her to sell the house, that I didn't care what I got for it. I just wanted it gone. I didn't even bother telling her why, because I was still trying to decide if I was crazy. Years later, I'm settled, and I can tell you I'm not crazy. I'm happy, and I'm with Charles. But every now and then, I do check the property listings out of morbid curiosity. The Winslow Victorian is on the market again. The picture shows a beautiful, restored exterior. But in one of the daytime photos of the house, there's an upstairs window. It catches the light perfectly. It's the window to the master bedroom, which I spent months scraping and painting. And through the clear pane, I see a single, dusty, antique rocking chair. It wasn't mine. It wasn't there when I left, but it sits right in the middle of the room, perfectly positioned to face the door. It's odd, just like the house itself. Surely it's still demanding solitude for her new, permanent love. I've lived in my current home for over 17 years now. It's in Cape Cod, in a quiet neighborhood, built in 1956, and I'm a single mother, which will be relevant later. The house has 2 bedrooms upstairs and 2 down. My girls were preteens when we moved into the home, and I, in my infinite wisdom, decided that they should have the upstairs bedrooms, so when they became teenagers, I could tell if they were trying to sneak out of the house. I did not consider the possibility that they might climb out the windows, but that's a story for another day. After the first night, my oldest daughter told me that her bedroom was haunted. She knew this because the fan blades moved on their own. I scoffed at that, said that it had to be the wind, but she swore the windows weren't open. I still didn't believe her. Still, the atmosphere was kind of creepy upstairs, and I didn't really like being up there, especially in my younger daughter's room. It was just unsettling in there. Within a couple of months, my younger daughter told me that her ceiling fan blades moved on their own also. I blew her off like I did her older sister, but she insisted that they moved, stopped, and then moved in the opposite direction. I thought it was an exaggeration, because she was a dramatic child, but I couldn't deny that there was a little something going on. I could hear footsteps when no one was there. In fact, a few times I hollered up the stairs because I heard someone moving around, and when I got no answer, went up to check, and there was no one there. The years went by, and my oldest daughter moved out. Younger daughter moved into her room, and they had long since stopped complaining because I didn't take it seriously. I figured even if it was true, what was I supposed to do about it? I still heard the footsteps occasionally, but whatever. Then one day, my youngest daughter and I were in the kitchen, and we heard a loud thump in the living room. I had a heavy Waterford crystal clock. It was on the sofa table, and now it was on the ground, several feet away from the table. There was no way it just fell over, and no way it could have launched itself a couple of feet. Again, unsettling, and I was pissed because now my clock was chipped. My oldest eventually had a daughter, and she spent a lot of time at the house. As she learned to speak, she started asking me who the mean man in my house was. I said, "Honey, there's no man in my house." But one time, my youngest daughter was there when she said it. She glared at me and said, "Mom, she's pointing at the upstairs window." More time passed, and my youngest daughter moved out. After all these years downstairs, I decided it was time to occupy the master bedroom upstairs. My oldest daughter and her boyfriend were now living with me. Her boyfriend was Native American, practiced saging. I asked him to help me prep the room so I could occupy the upstairs. He came downstairs looking ill. He said, "Miss Julie, the vibes in that room are so bad. I got sick." He burned some sage and cleansed the room. It was better and allowed him to work, but it still wasn't good. I'd made up my mind, though, so we prepped the rooms anyway. We scraped and painted and replaced the floors, and I moved my furniture upstairs. The second night in my newly remodeled room, the television popped on at 3 a.m. It startled me. But I thought maybe my granddaughter had inadvertently programmed a timer to turn the TV on when she was playing with the remote. I checked the settings on the TV the next day, and there was no such function available. I told my youngest what happened, and she said, "The lights used to pop on all the time in the middle of the night. Welcome to the upstairs." I then consulted with a local psychic, one who's famous for working with the police to solve crimes. I told him nothing about the incidents, except to ask if there were any entities in my house. He said that there was an angry male that occupied the upstairs. He said the man was disabled, couldn't navigate the stairs easily. So he spent almost all of his time up there and was very resentful. He correctly identified that the room in between the two bedrooms, now a bathroom, was once a walk-in closet. He also said that sometimes when he identified an entity, he or she would leave just because they knew he was onto them. So, as a single female, one of my biggest fears in life has always been waking up and finding someone standing over me. It's a huge trigger for me. One night, soon after consulting the psychic, I woke up and felt someone standing over me. There was no one there that I could see, but I could feel them, regardless, as if they were right next to my bed. I sat up and yelled, telling them to get out. Get out of my house. You're not welcome here. Get out. I haven't felt that presence in my house ever since. It's been nearly a year. Fingers crossed. I don't know if it was the psychic who was onto him, or me telling it to leave, but I think we're good. I still burn sage, though, just in case. A lot of sage. I fall asleep to your content every night, and recently it had me thinking of my own experiences and which one would be the strangest to share. Here goes. I'm an older woman now and have had many experiences that some would most likely call paranormal. This story is from when I was about 13 or 14 years old, so eons ago. I had a set of uncles and a cousin who lived in a neighborhood house. The house was owned by family friends who lived there first, and then ended up renting it out to my family. I'd always heard stories from those friends and then my own family about their experiences in the house. A lot of those experiences surrounded an apparition of a little girl, about 4 to 6 years old. Remember that. Now, from the outside, this house was normal looking. A 2-story, light blue house. Nothing distinct about it. Nothing abnormal from the outside. It had 7 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and 2 sets of stairs leading upstairs. We often used the back door and the back staircase to get upstairs, because most of the hauntings took place around the front set of stairs. So that staircase had always been blocked off since as long as I could remember. Around the time I turned 13 or 14, my mom and I ended up having to stay there for a while due to financial issues that she was going through. I remember always feeling like everything was so dark in there and never wanting to be alone. But after visiting many times and then actually living there for a little while, I had never really experienced anything myself. So I started to think that maybe everyone was making things up or smoked too many J's or something. My mom and I had the 2 front bedrooms upstairs, closest to the blocked-off stairway. The first room had these 2 front-facing windows, and the second bedroom was right behind it with side-facing windows. This first really freaky thing that happened wasn't so much paranormal, but crazy nonetheless. At the time, my best friend was V, and we were both outcasts through and through, best of besties, hung out every day, skipped school all the time, all of that. A while after we started staying at this house, I took V up to the room I was staying in. We walked in, and the first thing she said was, "Oh my God, no fucking way." Of course, I had no idea what she was talking about, so I asked, V started crying and said, "Remember when I told you about that dream? The one that I always have, where I'm a little girl sitting in the window and I fall out the window and I die?" I'm literally getting chills recounting this. She kept going, telling me this was the room. These were the windows from the dream that she'd had countless times. So we talked about it a little. I was getting creeped out because she was so emotional, and I really had no reason not to believe her. She wasn't one to lie or make things up, and I'd never told her about the little ghost girl that people had seen. We ended up coming to the conclusion that maybe, in a past life, she'd lived and died there, and that the apparition of the little girl that people kept seeing was possibly her from another life. Up to this point, nothing really paranormal had happened to me, but about 2 nights later, after V and the window incident, I got a full-on taste of it. I was sound asleep in that same front room. I had a pet rat named Freddy who was in a cage on the left side of my bed. I woke up to Freddy screeching as loud as he could, like nothing I'd ever heard him do before. I sat up and he climbed up the side of his cage, screeching at the top of his little lungs, clawing at the side of the cage. I was literally like, what's going on? I went to stand up and out of nowhere, a pen came flying at my face from the area of the window. It stopped right in front of my eyes and dropped to the floor. I was not on drugs or alcohol. I was only 13 or 14, didn't party, had no mental health issues. This 100% happened. I was so scared I ran to the other room where my mom was and laid down with her. The whole night I had awful nightmares. The one I distinctly remember was of a huge bloodshot eye with red and blue lights flashing behind it, looking at me through the window in the room my mom was in, the one that I was in with her that night. The other dreams were full of dark shadows, being lost, and just odd stuff like that. The next morning, I woke up feeling like I'd been hit by a truck. I started to remember everything from the night before, so I went to check on Freddy. He was okay, acting normal. I looked down, and that pen was still right there, where it had fallen in front of my face the night before. I didn't pick up that pen. I don't know who did. It stayed there for weeks, and then one day it just wasn't there anymore. That was the only experience in that house that I would actually consider paranormal. That was horrible to recount. It's been a very long time since I've thought about that night in such depth. Thanks for listening. I grew up in a very scientific family. My dad, an engineer, was a practical, no-nonsense guy, not one to indulge in talk of ghosts or anything remotely paranormal. The concept of hauntings was practically foreign to our household, and I'd grown up assuming that ghosts and spirits were nothing but old wives' tales. But one night, during dinner in high school, I asked my dad about the old house, the one we lived in when I was just a baby. I'd heard bits and pieces from neighbors about strange things that had happened back then, and curiosity finally got the best of me. To my surprise, my dad grew quiet, looking at me for a moment before setting down his fork. Then, almost reluctantly, he told me a story that he'd never shared before, and the way he spoke, with a hint of something like unease, it made my skin prickle. He explained that not long after we moved into the house, strange things started happening. It was a typical suburban home, nothing remarkable, and we'd been there about a week when the first gift appeared. One morning, a Friday, I came downstairs and I found a small, handcrafted wooden figure sitting on the mantel of our fireplace. My dad said, his voice steady but his eyes distant, like he was seeing it all again. I thought your mom had put it there, maybe something from a yard sale that she hadn't told me about, but when I asked her, she was just as surprised as I was. And that was only the beginning. Every Friday morning, like clockwork, a new handmade item would appear on the mantel. There was no sign of forced entry, no windows left open, and only my dad and my mom had keys to the house. The gifts ranged from small carved animals to intricate old-fashioned toys. Each item looked like it was crafted with meticulous care, the wood smoothed and polished, tiny details etched into the surface. My dad, trying to remain calm and rational, contacted the police after a few weeks, thinking maybe a previous tenant had kept a key and was playing some sort of prank. The local police agreed to keep close watch, especially on Thursday nights. My dad replaced the locks. But the police, they never saw a single person approach the house, and yet every Friday morning, without fail, a new item would appear. It was unsettling, my dad admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. I couldn't figure it out, and the fact that there was no explanation, it started getting to me. As the weeks turned into months, the gifts continued, and the situation began to take a toll on my parents. My dad, a logical man, was growing tense and short-tempered, feeling helpless in the face of something that he really didn't understand. Eventually, in a last-ditch effort, he went to our local church. He actually asked a priest to bless our home, despite my parents not being religious. It wasn't something he believed in, he told me again, but desperation drove him there. After the priest blessed the house, the gifts stopped. My dad seemed relieved, telling me this, almost as though he'd finally come to terms with whatever had happened. He didn't exactly say it was a ghost, and in his telling, he didn't seem to want to dwell on that possibility. But his face was tense, his fingers drumming on the table, and the silence between us was thick. One detail, though, lingered long after the story ended. There was one particular gift that my dad had mentioned that we kept. It was a small wooden sled with a carefully painted scene on it. The picture showed a man pulling two children on the sled. One child looked remarkably like me, and the other like my younger sister, who hadn't even been born yet when we lived in that house. And the man, with the square jaw and serious expression, looked strikingly like my dad. I remember staring at him, waiting for him to explain that part, but he didn't. We found that one, maybe a month before your sister was born, and 6 months before your mother got sick. Then he looked down, clearing his throat, and changed the subject. The rest of dinner was quiet, the atmosphere a little awkward, but I didn't press him further. The look on his face told me that he'd already said more than he wanted to. Years later, I asked him about the story, curious if he'd elaborate, but he denied ever telling me. He looked genuinely confused, brushing it off as if I was mistaken. When I pressed him, saying, I remember every word, he grew tense, insisting I must have misunderstood. I don't know what you're talking about, he said firmly, his eyes darkening in a way that I'd never really seen before. It's been a long time since that conversation, but I've never forgotten it. I still think about that sled sometimes, that small, intricate painting that somehow showed a family moment from years before it would ever happen. I've even tried to find it among our family's things, but it's nowhere to be found. My dad refuses to talk about it. And my sister, she doesn't really remember this weird little decoration, as she was so young. I don't know if I'll ever get any real answers, or that my dad ever had them to begin with. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't check my own mantle for something small and wooden. So far, nothing. This is not conventional therapy by any means. However, I tend to use this platform like it is. Mothers with incarcerated lovers. My son's name is Marco Jr. We call him MJ for short. His dad, Marco Sr., has been held at the LSP for half a decade. Round trips there and back close to 6 hours. It's not easy on the gas tank, but it's important to me that MJ gets to see his dad and have him be a part of his life in any way that he can before he's released, and he's seen as a stranger when he comes home. We try to make it up there at the end of the month, typically around payday, so I can fill my tank. Last weekend, we had the same plan. When we got there, me and MJ were searched as procedure, but right afterwards, they told us Marco's compound was on lockdown. That sucked. What a waste of gas, makeup, and effort. I wish that they had something on their website to update us with stuff like that. I was pissed, but nothing that we could do about it. So I turned around and we went back out to the car. Heading home, we were about an hour into our drive. I've been trying to keep the atmosphere light by playing his Wiggles CD, singing to every goddamn one of those songs, trying to distract MJ from sad feelings, questions that I didn't want to explain, because I really didn't know why Daddy couldn't come see us. The guard I spoke to wasn't like, oh, here's what's going on right now. I was equally in the dark, 2 peas in a pod, listening to the Wiggles. It's wild to be a parent and have to share these experiences with your child. I read a lot about adverse childhood experiences after Marco got arrested. It's called an ACEs test. I got a pretty decent score. I'm sure Marco would too. The generations of trauma pass down to the next. My goal as a parent is for MJ to check off less of those boxes, get a lower score on this thing than I did. So, we're driving, and in between songs, as one's fading out, I can hear MJ playing with paper. Trying not to divert my attention from the road for too long, I quickly looked over to see him messing around with an envelope. I ask, where'd you get that from? He said a guard gave it to him. I'm like, what? When did they do this? MJ was by my side the whole time, and other than the woman I was working with, there wasn't anyone else around us. For sure not within the proximity of slipping my son a letter. Adding to the weirdness, when I asked what they looked like, MJ described someone that I for sure didn't see in there. He said this guard had broken sunglasses, like one of the lenses was missing in the frames, and the eye that he could see was all black. He actually portrayed this guard as scary looking. MJ also said that he knew his name. The guard called out to him to get his attention. He said, "Hey, MJ." When he turned around, the guard handed him the envelope and walked away. How could I have not seen this happen? If it wasn't for the physical proof he was holding in his hands, I would have just gone along with his imagination. Instead, I gently snatched the envelope out of his hands to get a closer glance at it. But when I saw the envelope had a familiar handwriting, it said, "Love, Marco." I put on my hazards and pulled off the road so I could mentally process MJ's weird story and figure out what was inside the envelope. It was, in fact, a letter from Marco. He would always write us a big front and back letter for me and MJ to read when we got home, filled with positive updates about the progress he's making with work, funny stories, and mostly how much he loves and misses us. It was also dated that day. I thought that Marco must have given the letter to a CO, asked him to deliver the message to us when he got there. It's beyond me. Regardless, I eventually ignored its creepy delivery and was just happy to see what we got. After figuring out it was a letter from Daddy, MJ wanted to still wait until we got home that night to actually read through it. So, we got back on the road, finished the last leg of the trip, full discography of the Wiggles all the way back to Yummy Yummy. Marco would call from jail a few days later, and it only piqued the creepiness of this whole letter thing to like a brand new level that neither of us could make sense of. So, they had that lockdown the day of our visit. I spoke to Marco on the phone that morning, telling him to plan on us being there close to 6. Marco wasn't involved, but he said that there was a huge fight that broke out before noon. Guards knew that it would only escalate between the two groups, so they shut the whole yard down, put everyone back in their cells. When the COs performed a count to make sure everyone was in their cells, they discovered 2 prisoners unaccounted for. That had everyone on staff running around looking for them. When Marco saw a CO named Lewis walk by his cell, he stopped him, asked Lewis the favor of giving us the letter if he saw us that day. He told him what time we were going to arrive and showed him a picture of us that he had. Marco said that he and Lewis were cool with each other, so Lewis took the letter. When I let him know that NJ got to meet him when we were there, Marco said that wasn't possible. I told him, well, somebody else gave MJ your letter then, but it was delivered, and we read it right when we got home. I then told him what the letter talked about to solidify that yes, we did get it, and yes, we did read it. Marco, again, almost defensively, replies that it wasn't possible for us to have received the letter because it was delivered back to him later that next day while they were still in lockdown. Marco says that the prisoners that went missing, they didn't get too far, and Lewis had been the first officer to find their hiding spot. The inmates, they strangled and stabbed him before the other COs could come to his rescue. Marco said that Lewis was a really good guy that all the inmates liked. Everyone was shaken up about it. I'm on the other end of the phone line, obviously doing my best to console him because he sounds genuinely affected by the passing of Lewis, but in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, this is crazy. I have this letter around here somewhere. So while we're on the phone and I'm listening to him talk and reminisce about Lewis, I'm tearing apart the house looking for this letter to prove I'm not crazy. But I can't find it. Not in the house. Not in the car. MJ didn't know where it went either. I did a more extensive search after I got off the phone with no better luck. Now it's been over a week, and neither MJ or I have seen that letter since, though both of us know that we had it at one point in time. So, what now? Just let it go, right? Don't dedicate my life to solving this mystery of the teleporting letter and Lewis the ghost. I'm sure obsessing over this would traumatize MJ, add to his already growing ACE score. So, just let it go, right? Right? But wow, that's a hard thing to swallow and just keep on moving like my perception of reality hasn't been glitterified. And since I can't seem to let it go, I'm sharing my story here. I don't really know why, but maybe somebody else has had an experience with a teleporting letter. Boomer generational here to say I thank Jesus every day that I was able to be a mother when I did. I couldn't imagine raising a child nowadays. The world be scary, and kids these days are dumb as hell. Like, damn, even if I raise my kid correctly, they'd still have to cohabitate with these prime-guzzling, mindless sheep. I got a granddaughter, kid's in 4th grade. She was a COVID baby. No, she didn't have COVID, but she got that weird antisocial things that all the kids got. I blame my daughter, and the funny thing is that she blames me in the same way with her. All we can really do is accept that we're all just learning in our own way. What's important is that you're growing with the lessons you're soaking in. And don't get me wrong, I'm also totally going to play the times have changed card because, again, the world be scary nowadays. I am not saying the 90s were better. Actually, yeah, I am saying that. Put it on record. Raising a child in the 90s was way better than nowadays. I'll also admit that lots of laws were put into place because of the 90s. Like, a lot. Everything was so fresh and new. The internet was just stepping into existence. It was a wild time. So sometimes unexpected things happened that, in retrospect, maybe could have been prevented. And boom, a bill becomes a law. Please feel free to add on to this with your own only in the 90s stories, but here's mine. When my daughter Sammy was in the 2nd grade, I was a chaperone on a field trip with her class to one of the skyscrapers in Houston to watch firefighters have some sort of competition. From us having to park like a mile away from this building to what was actually going on when we got in there, all of it seemed very poorly planned, let's say. Maybe there should have been more eyes or attention as to what was going on. Maybe the teacher was hooking up with one of the firefighters there. I don't know. Either way, when we finally got to the building, no one greeted us. No firefighters came out with stickers. Everyone was walking around looking very serious, and the whole place smelled like burnt materials. The fumes were so strong a couple of the kids were getting lightheaded and wheezy. Whatever was going on looked important to the men and women competing. This wasn't a field trip where you could go up and ask the firefighters questions. They were all focused on getting their gear and themselves mentally ready. Again, when a class of 16 kids walks into a building and not one person looks up or smiles, you know it's going to be a long day. We did see a few fire trucks, but none of the kids were allowed to sit on them or even get close to them, as they were part of the whole competition. When things got started, it was fun to watch them do the obstacle courses, climb ladders, and put out fires, all with insane speed. That was the first half of the day. Then everyone had an hour lunch, including our class, as there was nothing else to watch anymore. The kids sat in the grass and ate paper bag lunches and talked about the events. A loud foghorn would initiate the second half of the competition. When we got back to the building, the teacher had the kids pile onto the elevator, but we couldn't all fit, so we took 2 separate trips all the way up to the 20th floor of the building. There were 2 elevator shafts back to back, and as the class of kids went up one, the elevator on the other wall was being pulled out in preparation for the event. When we're out of the elevator, we all walk around to the other side where the elevator door is wide open, revealing an empty shaft all the way to the bottom floor. The firefighters were supposed to use their equipment to climb the inside of the elevator shaft up to the 20th floor. It's not just the class of kids up on the 20th floor. There's a bunch of people there. Timekeepers, judges, other firefighters, all up there watching. Also noticed I haven't mentioned any other schools being there that day. It really felt strange having a group of kids up there with these adults cussing, cheering, drinking, and smoking. But there we were. The first firefighter struggles their way up with a time that no one's impressed by. Second one is a badass chick that destroys the first guy's time. The walls of the shaft were replaced with plexiglass on the 20th floor, so everyone could stand against it, look down to watch the firefighters climb up. For show, at the bottom there was a little fire lit, probably not taller than a foot, but it really looked action-packed seeing the fire under them as they climbed. So the first 2 are up and out. Then we all watch firefighter number 3 strut in like a pro wrestler. He's flexing to the crowd from below, and the people around us start hollering and pounding the glass in approval of his gestures. Real caveman shit. One guy threw a full beer at the plexiglass, and it got all over a few of the kids who were standing close to where it hit the glass. The sound of a bell echoes up the empty elevator cavity, signaling firefighter number 3 to go. He decides not to use most of his climbing gear and starts making his way up untethered to any failsafe. This really got the crowd going. They were hyped. No fucking way, he's fucking crazy. People were jumping around like silly children, but even the children weren't jumping and screaming. I think they were all confused as to what lesson was supposed to be retained during this field trip, as we were all watching firefighter number 3 climb up towards us like George of the Jungle. And to his respect, the guy did make it to the top, but not all the way. Let's just call this guy George. As George reaches floor 20, his hands grip the metal grating on the floor, and then he tries to pull himself up like he's getting out of a pool, but he's winded and out of energy. Naturally, nobody helps him, though, because his time is still going. He has to pull himself through that metal door frame to complete his run, and the time has to stop. People are cheering him on, but he's completely gassed out. And it's terrible to think of this in such a whatever way, because I know it's not. But I shouldn't have been the only one seeing this guy struggling and think, maybe I should help because he doesn't have a harness. But there's literally a man with a stopwatch squatted by the hole of the elevator, shouting at this guy to get his ass up there. It was not in my power to change the following event. I was, however, able to stop Sammy from witnessing it, and that was the most important thing to me. I grabbed her and yanked her back from the viewing position by the glass. Just as I hear the sound of friction his hands make against the metal grates on the floor as they lose traction and make a quick scratch sound as gravity takes him back down the 20 floors he just climbed up. The people gasp and scream. The kids who stayed pressed up against the glass begin to scream and run through the crowd in all directions, looking for their teacher. They'd all just seen firefighter number 3 hit the ground so hard, the wind beneath him put out the fire. His brain was also completely ejected from his skull, his torso, like a water balloon. A big, red, blood-filled water balloon exploded in that elevator shaft, and thankfully, my daughter Sammy will never have that as a memory. I closed my daughter's eyes, and a few chaperones went for their kids, but we couldn't shield all of their eyes, walking past it on the way down and out of the building. It was chaos, and I couldn't figure out why we weren't looking for other ways to exit. Apparently, there were none, besides the one right next to the elevator. Regardless, we all had to walk past it as we left the building, and that's where I got the morbid peak. I wish that I could unpeak. Even to this day, I don't know why I looked, but that's how I know how to describe what the bottom of the elevator looked like. None of the people there were trying to immediately cover it up, so it was all on display for these kids to see as they walked out the doors. Walking to the bus was sad and uncomfortable. The bus ride home was sad and uncomfortable. Now again, my daughter turned out fine, but she didn't actually see any of it. And I'm curious constantly how the kids pressed up against that glass, who also saw it on the way out. I wonder how they turned out. That's the real question. Well, bonus points if you can count how many things in my 90s story wouldn't fly today. But hey, it is what it is. I used to take the same bus home from work every night. It was late, usually after 10 p.m., and the ride was never too crowded. It wasn't the best part of town, but I'd gotten used to it. Headphones in, eyes on my phone, just counting the minutes until I'd be home. I wish I could say that the night felt different, that I somehow knew something bad was going to happen, but I didn't. The driver barely glanced at me as I swiped my card, as usual, and the few other passengers there sat in silence, staring straight ahead like they were afraid to make eye contact with anyone. This was pretty standard. I found a seat in the middle, close enough to the back door for a quick exit if I needed one, but not too far away from the driver either. I always did that, just a little safety measure that I'd picked up after living in the city for a while. The bus rumbled along and I was scrolling through my phone, trying to tune out the hum of the city outside. And that's when I noticed a man a few rows ahead of me. He was pacing, his eyes darting around nervously. His hands twitched at his sides, and every now and then he muttered something under his breath. And there was a woman sitting across the aisle from him. Her eyes were fixated on the floor, gripping her purse tightly. She kept glancing at him out of the corner of her eye, like she was trying not to draw attention to herself, but couldn't help watching him. I took out one of my earbuds to get a better sense of what was happening. The man's muttering was getting louder, more agitated. I couldn't make out the words, but there was something about his tone that put me on edge. Suddenly he stopped pacing and turned to the woman. "You think I don't know what you did?" His voice was sharp and filled with accusation. The woman stiffened, her knuckles white as she clutched her purse. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said quietly, her voice trembling. The man took a step closer to her, his body tense. "You've been following me," he hissed. "I've seen you. You've been watching me for days." The whole bus seemed to hold its breath. No one moved. No one said anything. The driver kept his eyes on the road, either oblivious or too scared to intervene. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. Something wasn't right. The woman looked terrified, but the man wasn't listening. He kept accusing her of things, of spying on him, of working for someone else. His words didn't make sense, but the fear in his voice was real. Then, in one quick, fluid motion, he reached into his jacket and pulled out a knife. The entire bus jolted with collective shock, but no one did anything. My body froze. I wanted to shout, to scream, but the words got stuck in my throat. The woman gasped, backing up against the window, her eyes wide with panic. "Please," she whispered. "I don't know you. I haven't done anything." The man's hand shook as he pointed the blade at her. "Liar," he spat. "You're trying to ruin me. You think I don't know." I knew I had to do something. My mind raced, searching for options, but I was stuck in my seat, paralyzed with fear. The other passengers were just as frozen, all of us too scared to act. Just as I was about to force myself to stand up, someone else made the first move. A guy sitting near the front, a big guy, maybe mid-30s. He stood up and stepped forward, raising his hands in a calming gesture. "Hey man, let's all just calm down," he said, his voice surprisingly steady. "No one's trying to hurt you. Put the knife away." The man with the knife spun around, eyes wild. "Stay out of this," he shouted, his voice cracking with desperation. And then everything happened at once. This woman made a sudden move, trying to dash past him towards the front of the bus. In an instant, the man lunged at her. Slashing wildly with the knife, she screamed, stumbling backwards, clutching her arm where he had cut her. Blood soaked through her sleeve. The big guy charged forward, trying to grab the man, but it was too late. In the chaos, the man turned and swung the knife again. This time, the blade was caught in the guy's stomach. I watched as he crumbled to the floor. Panic erupted on the bus, people screaming, rushing for the exits. The driver slammed on the brakes, the bus screeching to a halt in the middle of the street. I pushed my way to the back door, stumbling onto the pavement, gasping for air. Behind me, I could still hear the woman sobbing, the big guy groaning in pain. The man with the knife was shouting incoherently, his voice drowned out by the chaos around us. I ran. I didn't stop until I was blocks away, my hands shaking, my mind reeling. It wasn't until I reached safety, the safety of my apartment, that I realized I was covered in someone's blood. After following up with the police, they told me that the big guy had survived, but just barely. The woman had been stabbed too, though she'd escaped with only minor injuries. They arrested the man with the knife at the scene, but no one ever figured out what had set him off. I'm going to assume mental illness. He had no motive, no real reason for attacking that woman. It could have just as easily been me or anyone else there. It was horrifying for everyone. I work at a preschool that's in a very old Catholic school building. We're not a Catholic school or affiliated with the church at all. We just rent the building from the church. But we are on the church grounds and right next door to a cemetery. It's still a functioning cemetery, but it dates back to the early 1800s. So anyway, in the 1950s, the school building was the Catholic school. It's a fairly small building with a large gymnasium. It has a stage for performances and other things. And during the 50s, an 8-year-old girl suffered a brain aneurysm in the parking lot and died on the spot. She's buried in the cemetery next door. She's one of the ghosts that's there, and we call her Mary. Now, every person that I know that's ever worked here has had some sort of experience with at least one of the spirits. but it's mainly Mary. A few years back, when we did bus service for the kids, we had a lady bus driver. Once she would get to the school and the kids would go to class, she'd go into the break room, read the newspaper, and have breakfast. One day, she came out of the break room and something caught her eye, so she turned to look. And sitting on a low shelf in the hallway was a girl with a long, light-colored dress on and long hair, and she suddenly vanished. This particular woman was so moved by seeing the spirit that she instantly called her mother to tell her that she saw her guardian angel that day. I've personally had toys move around the room during nap time. I've heard kids running around and laughing on the stage when the gym is dark and the stage curtains are drawn. One time when I was the opener and was there at 6:30 a.m. with 3 kids for the day, I had the kids with me in the office to make coloring page copies. I heard footsteps with keys jingling coming down the hallway. I poked my head out to see if someone was coming into the building, but no one was there. I could clearly hear the steps and the jingling get closer, then go past the doorway of the office, and then they would just stop in front of the janitor closet. About 6 months before this happened, the janitor of the school who had worked there for over 15 years had passed away. I like to think it was them, just there to do their job like they always did. I've counted extra feet in bathroom stalls when counting the kids. Other ladies have seen a girl spinning in circles, singing in a room that no one was in and the lights were off. One time, another lady was opening for the day and she'd just gotten to the school. It was winter, so it was still pretty dark at 6:15. She got into the building, and she started opening the classroom up when she heard a loud noise coming from the office, like someone knocked something over. So she went into the class, locked the door, called the director, who told her to get out of the building and call the police. So that's what she did. The police came, go into the office, do a full sweep of the school, and they confirm there's no one in the building, but they ask her to come into the office. When she gets to the office, there's paperwork, books, folders, everything, all over the place. She said it looked like someone had gone in there and just threw everything from the desk all over. No one could understand what had happened. Another time, we had a tornado actually touch down on the roof of the school, tearing that section of the roof clean off. No one was hurt. Everyone in the school was able to get to safety before it touched. For a solid week prior to this happening, the director kept seeing the old father of the church, who'd passed away years ago, all over the school. Once the tornado hit, she said she believed that he was coming there to warn everyone of the upcoming events and trying to protect his school. At my school, we've watched kids play and speak to someone or something that isn't there. One time, a girl around 4 years old played and pretended to feed someone who wasn't there, holding a full conversation by herself, and during it, she kept looking up at the ceiling and then back down in front of her. It went on for a good 30 minutes. When we asked her who she was playing with, she just said totally normal and pointed, "My friend." Most recently in my room, I have a special needs kid who's mostly nonverbal. He does speak, but not too much unless he really wants to. The other day, we had the door to the classroom open, and he kept walking in front of it and stopping to look out at something. So I asked him, "Hey buddy, what are you looking at out there?" He turns to me and says, clear as day, "There's a ghost right there, and it's scary." I asked him, "Where did you see the ghost?" He says, "Out there, on the ceiling." Everyone who works there knows of the spirits who stay there, and they've all said that it's never been scary. A little spooky sometimes, but never scary. You just learn to work with them and around them if need be, and if I ever open or close the building, I'm always sure to say hello to them when I walk in, and goodbye when I leave. I live in a small town in Alaska, And when I say small, I'm talking a place that you can only get to by boat or plane. One road in, one road out. Winter starts in October and ends in May. You don't lock your doors because of crime. You lock them so wildlife doesn't wander in. And yes, we have internet. Anyway, when my older brother Levi came back from his rehab stint in Anchorage, things felt off right away. Not just with him, though he was quieter than usual, but also with the thing that he'd brought home with him. A dirty porcelain doll with a cracked face and tangled red yarn hair. He said he found it near the edge of the rehab center's property, half buried under the snow by a stump. He said he didn't know why, but he felt like he had to keep it. We laughed it off at first, at least I did. Figured it was a weird emotional support thing, but he was dead serious. Told us her name was Isla. The weird part, well, besides the doll itself, he started sleeping with it. Not even kidding. Propped it up on the pillow next to him and talked to it like it was a real person. I made fun of him once, and he completely freaked out. Said Isla didn't like being talked about that way, and that I should apologize. I didn't. I wasn't going to apologize to a doll. A few days later, my snow boots went missing, and then I found them frozen solid inside the chest freezer in the garage. No one would fess up. A few days after that, I woke up to whispering in the hallway. I thought it was Levi at first, but when I cracked the door, the whispering stopped, and he was dead asleep. But then I saw the doll sitting upright on the hallway floor, facing my room. I asked him about it the next morning, and he got real quiet and said, I guess she's just curious about people who disrespect her. After that, I started locking my door at night, even though I was sure it was Levi messing with me. A week later, Levi came into my room with this blank look on his face, asked if I'd seen Isla. I told him no, I hadn't touched the damn thing. He searched the whole house in a frenzy, practically tearing it apart. Finally, he found her in the crawl space, sitting neatly in the middle of the floor, holding one of my socks in her lap. At this point, my parents were starting to worry, not in the same way that I was. The Levi had just gotten clean, and they didn't want to push too hard. They chalked it up to post-rehab stress. The counselor said to give it time. But then the bruises started. Small ones at first, on his arms, his ribs. He claimed he fell out of bed or hit the door frame in the dark. But one morning I saw handprints, tiny ones, like a child had grabbed him with both of their hands and squeezed as hard as they could. The last straw came when I woke up in the middle of the night, and I found Isla sitting on my chest. I screamed so loud, my mom ran in with a baseball bat. The doll rolled onto the floor, cracked its face worse than it already had. My brother was sobbing. Said he didn't know how she got in there. Said she gets angry when people ignore her, lie about her. That was the night my dad finally snapped. He took the doll outside, poured gasoline all over it, and burned it in the fire pit. Levi didn't speak for 2 days. When he finally did, he just kept saying, "She's not gone. I think she's waiting." And that was 2 years ago. Levi moved out shortly after. Now he lives in Juneau. He's clean, has a job, seems okay. It hasn't been many times, but sometimes I still find little things in weird places. My toothbrush under the bed, a marble on my pillow. And once, I swear to God, I heard whispering behind me. I've never seen the doll again, but I still don't like to sleep without locking my door. I grew up about 15 minutes from what used to be Overlook Hospital in Cedar Grove, New Jersey. Most people my age only know it from the creepy YouTube videos or TikToks, but where I'm from, the stories go back generations. My grandfather used to tell me, don't ever follow a whistle in the woods, especially near Overbrook. Back then, I thought it was just old man superstitions, but now I'm not so sure. Overbrook wasn't just a hospital. It was a full complex. Asylum buildings, staff housing, tunnels. It looks like it was never supposed to be abandoned, just buried. The worst part of its history, at least the one people used to whisper about, happened in winter of 1917. The story goes that the boilers failed in one of the wings during a snowstorm. The patients inside were locked in their rooms, and by morning, over 24 had froze to death. They say that some of them were found curled under beds, some in corners, a few with their fingernails torn off, trying to claw the windows open. The wing was sealed off, but never properly cleared. That's where the story started. People said that you could hear knocking from inside the walls, that if you stood by the old courtyard at night, you'd hear footsteps crunching in the snow, even when the ground was bare. My friends and I used to dare each other to go up there after dark. Most of us chickened out, but one night when I was 17 and feeling particularly stupid, I went up alone. It was late fall, right before the snow starts to stick. I brought a flashlight and a cheap disposable camera. I just wanted a story to tell, something to impress a girl, honestly. The place was dead quiet. I climbed through a broken basement window and made my way through what was once the laundry wing, peeling paint, rusted equipment, everything soaked in this weird cold that didn't really match the weather. Eventually, I found a staircase that led to a sealed-off wing. The door had been welded shut long ago, but someone had pried it open just enough to squeeze through. Inside was old and felt stuffy, like time had never moved past the winter. Beds still had mattresses, wheelchairs facing the walls. Frost crept along the inside of the windows, even though it wasn't below freezing outside. I stepped into one room and noticed claw marks on the frame, deep ones. And that's when I heard a whistle. 2 slow notes, low, rising just slightly, like someone calling a dog from far away. I froze. I swear I saw a figure at the end of the hallway, thin, barefoot, skin pale. It was something cold, like it hadn't been warmed in hundreds of years. I turned to leave, but the hallway behind me didn't look the same anymore. I swear on my life, it was longer or darker, or not the same one. And then the whistle started again, but from the other direction. So I ran in the opposite. I busted my shoulder trying to wedge through the stairwell gap, and I didn't stop until I was back at my car. I ended up not telling anyone. What could I say? I chickened out. I ran. I hurt myself. I think I saw a ghost. Years later, I brought it up to my grandfather before he passed. And then he told me something I'd never heard before. When he was young, his older brother disappeared near the hospital. They never found him. His boots were discovered in the woods, full of ice, even though it was spring. I understand why my grandfather never trusted that place. Safe to say I don't either. Luckily, it's been completely demolished, but I still haven't been back to the site. I don't think I ever will. And I don't recommend that you do either. When I was was about 8 or 9, my family took me to a theme park. I won't name which one, partly because it just feels weird attaching the park's name to this story, but I'm sure you could figure it out. I will say it wasn't Disneyland or anything fancy like that. More of a mid-sized park. On the day this happened, my mom wanted to use the restroom near the main pavilion, so she told me to wait outside with my dad. My sister went in with her. My dad hung back for a minute, but then he said he was going to grab us some drinks and left me standing there. I was right by the bathroom doors, people milling past on their way to rides, kids with balloons, popcorn. I remember thinking I couldn't wait to get my own. Then something that almost seemed normal given the setting. Screaming. I heard it. At first it just sounded like a kid having a meltdown somewhere. A scream, sharp, followed by crying that didn't let up. But then it kept going, and there were more voices. Multiple people screaming and crying. It no longer sounded like a tantrum kind of crying. It sounded panicked, desperate, almost like people were getting hurt. The feeling in my chest grew to a stinging panic. I glanced around, probably frantically. I was expecting to see a child nearby. But no one was freaking out, screaming or crying. People just kept moving. Still, I wasn't the only one who noticed. A few people close by. A guy with his son, a teenage couple leaning against the wall, even a woman in a big sun hat. They all froze just for a second like I had. Their faces did that thing where you can tell they definitely heard something, but they didn't want to linger on it. The couple whispered to each other and walked off quickly. The guy and his kid, he frowned, tugged at his son's hand. They moved away without saying anything. The lady with the sun hat was there, though. The crying got louder. Then even more voices joined in. It sounded like a full crowd of people, screams, sobbing, shouts, all layered over each other. The weirdest part was that it felt like it was coming from right around me. The air itself was filled with this noise. Definitely wasn't coming from a ride, as we weren't near any. It just sounded like it was coming from everywhere. I remember my heart pounding so loud I thought I might pass out. I kept staring at the bathroom doors, wishing my mom would come out. I was about to run inside, and then suddenly, the noise cut off. Total silence. The crowd noises of the park rushed back in like nothing had ever happened. The lady in the sun hat looked as confused as I did, but she didn't say anything before walking away. A minute later, my mom and sister came out. My mom gave me a look and said, "Where's your dad? You could have gotten lost." I just kind of stammered something about drinks, and then I asked, "Did you hear that? The crying and screaming?" She shook her head. My sister shook her head too. Neither of them had heard anything. I tried to explain, but my mom just brushed it off, as me being spooked while I waited alone. We went on with our day, and honestly, I forgot about it pretty quickly once we hit the rides. The rest of the trip was great. Fast forward years later, I was a teenager, and I came across a story about a tragic ride accident at the same park. It wasn't recent. It had happened decades before I ever visited. Multiple people died, and a bunch were injured when part of a ride collapsed. The article described how chaotic the scene was, with rescuers trying to pull people out while others screamed for help. The ride had been located right in the same spot where I'd been standing that day outside the bathroom. By the time I visited, it had been long demolished. It was now the Welcome Pavilion. New structures had been built over it, but I was standing on the same ground. When reading that, the memory came flooding back. Voices, the crying, the sheer panic in those sounds. And suddenly, it all made sense why it didn't seem like just one person. It felt like a whole group, because it was. To this day, I believe I wasn't just imagining it. I think I heard echoes of what happened there. Judging by the looks on those strangers' faces, I wasn't the only one who heard it. They just chose to ignore it. I've never been back to that park. I don't think I need to. But I am curious if anyone's ever experienced something like that. The worst summer job I ever had wasn't really the worst job ever, but one isolated incident kept these feelings resonating through the years. When I saw this question, I knew I had to answer. I was a summer camp youth club leader at the YMCA for 1 year. I'd already been working for the Y, but that was the first year they'd asked me to be a camp counselor for 2 weeks in July. Usually it would be my lead that attended these trips, but she was just about to give birth or had just given birth. Either or, I was next in line. It was extra money, and a month before I got that offer, my boyfriend at the time cheated on me with my friend at the time, Carrie Bernadette McLennan. That snake bitch ruined my summer schedule indefinitely. Yet another big incentive to get away for a few weeks. Sure, I'd be watching over some kids, but what's the worst that could happen? The morning arrives and me and the other camp leads are supposed to show up early for an orientation. Then the kids would arrive shortly after. Each lead receives 5 kids for their troop. I wish that I could say I remember all the kids' names that I had in my troop. I know there was a Tabitha because we called her Tabby Cat, but out of the girls I had, the only name I distinctly remember, and will always remember for the rest of my life, was Beth. But why Beth? Here's why Beth. And this shit literally started on the first day. Well, night, because that's when she started scaring the girls. I don't know if it was even a full moon that night, but Beth kept telling everyone that something changes in her during a full moon. Once her parents had found her on the front lawn with bloodied clothing after a full moon. Dumb shit like that. A few of these girls were churchgoers, so Beth's demonic claims were really getting to them. Oh yeah, Beth told them that she could talk to the devil before the full moon thing. The cabin, all 6 of us shared, was built like a miniature log cabin. Inside each wall, aside from the entrance, had 2 slabs of woods on it, resembling bunk beds. The first thing everyone did was pick their bunks and set their sleeping bags on them. I, of course, had to be above Beth, as the other 4 girls had linked up immediately as bunkmates. The camp cabins are relatively spread apart from each other. Each cabin has a small trail that joins into a larger central pathway. Depending on which way you took, it would lead you to either the food hall or the art center. Or swimming, archery, and the rec, that was going left and right, but on the other side of the pathway. Like, if you were to keep walking straight out of the cabin, you'd find yourself at a huge lake with docks and kayaks. The cabin my troop stayed in had a beautiful view of the lake, and my bunk had a perfectly unobstructed view of it through one of the small windows. But that means so did Beth. Still, the same first night, I'm falling asleep and I can hear the girls all chatting below me. Their conversations make me squirm in my sleeping bag, thinking about being so cringy at that age, and if I wasn't already slightly disturbed by their bursts of laughter and whispers, Beth had to make shit weird again. From below me, I can hear her get way louder than the other girls' whisper squeaks. She goes, "There's someone floating above the lake. No, look, there's really someone out there." I'm turned facing the wall, and I can hear the girls slowly grow quiet. None of them move, though. They're all apprehensive to leave the warmth of their bunks on the possibility of being fooled by one of Beth's crazy claims. For me, though, all I had to do was turn over. So I did. I'm looking about 120 yards from our window to the water, and suddenly I felt that impending sense of doom. That deep fight or flight fear. Beth wasn't lying. I saw a man suspended just above the water of the lake. If he was in the water, I would have thought that he'd drown, but he was floating above the water. His shadow, it was visible on the calm waves under him. One of the girls eventually gets up to look. She sees it too, and calls for the other girls to come to the window. They all press against it, looking at this anomaly. This blocks my view of the lake, but almost right after they all gather at the window, they all begin to scream and run back to their beds. Pretending I'm asleep, I can hear them all talking back and forth about how a blue light came up from the lake and pulled the man down into the lake. They argued if they saw a tentacle reach through the blue beam of the light to grab the man. One of the girls was quietly sobbing, and I fell asleep to Beth's voice repeating, "See, I told you so." The next day, I'm shocked that none of the girls are bringing it up to me. Like, none of the girls tried to tell me what happened the previous night. I couldn't tell them I was fake sleeping to ignore their cries of terror, so I just left it alone too. But me and 5 tiny witnesses did see something. So, what was it? I've never been a believer in the supernatural, but there are moments when you simply can't ignore the presence of certain things around you. Apologies if this story turns out to be a bit lengthy. I moved to a hostel for my studies, which happened to be located right next to a railway line, and the constant rattling noise of passing trains would always disturb us, shaking our windows and such. My room was on the 4th floor. I shared it with 2 other people. I distinctly remember that after about 3 or 4 months, my roommates and I began hearing a disturbing screeching sound during the night. At first, that's all it seemed to be, a screech. But one of my roommates mentioned that if you listened closely, it sort of sounded like the screeching of a woman, not a machine. Initially, we brushed it off. Sure, we'd all heard it, but we assumed it was just one of the girls staying in the hostel. However, as the nights went by, the sound continued, always at night. So much so that even the simple task of getting water became a dreaded one. I still had the courage to endure it, especially on those hot nights when water was a must. Though, I always felt as if someone was walking alongside me. The haunting experiences continued. One roommate ended up moving out, leaving just 2 of us, but that prompted me to move to a ground floor with a friend. I felt bad, but outside of offering my other roommate to join, I didn't really have a choice. I needed to get out of that room. I didn't know what awaited me there would leave a permanent mark on my memory. Every day, and I do mean every day, I would catch the sight of a lady standing in the corner of my room, quietly observing me. She never approached me, just watched. She'd almost always disappear the moment I tried to make eye contact. Otherwise, she was constantly in my peripheral vision. These encounters led to sleepless nights filled with lots of confusion and a sure sense of helplessness. I had no idea what to do or who to confide in. My old roommates had all but abandoned their rooms. My friend seemed to never be home. And the warden, well, they weren't initially any help either. Not at first. I was stuck. Then, one night, I narrowly escaped a heart attack. As I was laying in bed, on the verge of falling asleep, I turned over and caught a glimpse of a small child, sitting and staring at me. This was new. It was an unsettling sight, one that paralyzed me with fear. I eventually mustered the courage to reach out my hand, hoping it was just a hallucination. But to my horror, the child remained there. Finally, I decided to approach the warden again, this time sharing my experiences in full. Who cares if she thought I was crazy? Maybe she'd be forced to find me somewhere else to live. Ultimately, that's what I wanted. To my surprise, she responded with a calm understanding. She revealed that she herself was not a believer in such paranormal activities. She'd never experienced anything herself. However, she shared a haunting tale from the past. A train accident that claimed the lives of many and severely injured many more on the very same railway line behind the hostel. Since that tragedy, people had consistently reported similar encounters to the warden. She advised me to remain strong, not to let these experiences overpower me. The same advice she'd given others who she promised went on to enjoy their time in the hostel. So that summer, I took her advice. I stopped considering what I saw as scary, and instead, I looked at it as a glimpse into the past. Perhaps I was lucky. After all, not everyone gets to experience paranormal activity so vividly. But I do think that when a tragedy like that takes place, it's incredibly possible for spirits to wander. The woman remained in the corner of the room almost until I moved out. I also continued hearing screeching, but over time, I decided that it was the sound of a train on the tracks, combined with the sound of screaming. It sounds awful, I know, but when you're hearing these sounds nightly, you really can't help but dissect what they could be. Oddly enough, once I'd really identified what it was, I didn't hear it anymore. I never did see the little boy again, but I often wish that I would have had a different response when I first captured a glimpse of him. Possibly I scared him by appearing so afraid myself. Either way, I hope those spirits found peace, and if their peace was remaining in that hostel, I hope future guests since the 80s have been more welcoming. Moving into a big city apartment for the first time always means making compromises. Mine was a third-floor walk-up in a neighborhood that was up and coming, which is a polite way to say you'll occasionally hear sirens. But the rent was low, and the light was good, so I signed the lease. The only real point of contact was the landlord, a perpetually stressed man named Gary, who lived downstairs and seemed annoyed by any request that involved him doing actual work. The first hint of trouble wasn't a sound or a theft, but a piece of technology. Deep in the back of my bedroom closet, high up on a shelf above where the rods hung, I found an old dome-shaped security camera. It was a slightly dusty, early model of a cloud-based camera, mounted with a single screw and angled perfectly to survey the entire room, right down to the head of the bed. It was plugged into an obscure outlet that I'd never noticed. I stared at it. Who leaves a security camera pointed at their own bed? I'd spoken to Gary about the previous tenant, and he'd been annoyingly vague, just mentioning that they left in a hurry. My immediate response was to unplug it and toss it into a small box of forgotten cleaning supplies on the floor, out of sight, out of mind. For the next few days, I was busy unpacking, but a faint, persistent paranoia started to creep in, aided by the fact that Gary was the only other person with a key. Nothing was stolen or broken, but small things in my apartment were moved. I swore I'd left my desk chair tucked neatly under the desk before I went to work, but when I came home, it was pulled out by about a foot. The bathroom window was latched, but I found it pushed open one morning. Then there was the night that I was absolutely certain I'd double-locked the deadbolt, only to find that the key had turned only once. I rationalized it all as forgetfulness, chaos of moving, or quirks of an old building. But the anxiety was a knot in my stomach. The chilling feeling of being observed never let up. On the fifth night, I woke up suddenly, 3 a.m. I heard a faint, tiny click sound coming from the living room. I told myself it was a refrigerator, pipes, but my heart was pounding so much, it's like I knew it was an intruder. I lay there for 10 minutes, frozen. Finally, I fell asleep. The next morning, driven by pure, frantic paranoia, I dug the security camera out of the box. Fine, I thought. If someone's coming in, I'm going to get a look at them. I spent an hour Googling the model number. It was an old MyView Cam 3000. I I downloaded the generic app and went through the laborious setup process. I quickly realized that because the previous owner hadn't factory reset it, they had likely set it up under a generic password, which I immediately changed. Once the feed was live on my phone, I didn't put it back in the closet. Instead, I carefully mounted it inside my bedroom, pointing directly at the bedroom door. I enabled the recording feature and finally went to sleep, feeling a fragile, false sense of security. I felt better knowing that if Gary used his master key again, I'd have him on tape. The next morning, I woke up utterly exhausted, but cautiously relieved. I unlocked my phone and opened the camera app. Then I pulled up the live feed. It showed my door closed and locked. Nothing had happened overnight. But then I scrolled through the archived history. I found a clip from 1:52 a.m. It was only 7 seconds long, but it drained the blood from my face. The clip showed the view of the camera, pointed at the door. Suddenly, a figure steps into the frame. A dark silhouette moves with a quick, practiced ease. The shape is tall and heavy-set, similar to Gary's build. The figure doesn't fumble for the lock. They are already inside. They walk directly to the wall where the camera is mounted, without even glancing at my bed. The next second of the video shows a gloveless hand reaching out, not to unplug the camera, but to unscrew it from the shelf. It's done with mechanical precision. In the final few seconds, the figure is holding the camera. The lens is momentarily turned away from the wall, and I see a flash of the figure's dark jeans and bulky sweater before the camera is completely engulfed in shadow. The recording cuts off. The figure didn't just unplug it. They took the device. I jumped out of bed. I ran over to my shelf. It was empty. The camera, the screw, the tiny hole was just left behind on the wall. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. Gary, the only person with effortless access to my apartment, had come in while I was sleeping to destroy the only evidence of his intrusions. He hadn't been stealing valuables. He was stealing privacy. And now he'd just taken my proof. But not really, because it was on my phone. I broke the lease that afternoon. I found another place immediately and changed my phone number. I never saw Gary again, but I did report him to the police. Handing over the videos from my phone, honestly, I don't think they ever did anything about it. I probably should have pressed charges, but I was young and broke and alone in the city, so escaping the guy that was spying on me for nearly a month was sort of my priority. But if it taught me anything, it's to always look for cameras. I am someone who values precision. I track my mileage, my heart rate, and my caloric intake down to the decimal. Hiking isn't really an escape for me. It's a rigorous exercise in control. I know the local trails in the Columbia Gorge better than I know my own apartment layout. And that's why the 15 minutes that I'm about to speak about completely broke me. It happened last spring on the Eagle Creek Trail, a route that I've taken at least 50 times, no exaggeration. I was about 4 miles in, heading up toward the falls. At 3:05 p.m., I stopped to photograph a huge, oddly shaped cedar, a landmark that I used to calibrate my pace. I checked my GPS, checked my heart rate monitor, and pressed the button on my cheap, trusty stopwatch, just to time the next ascent segment. I remember turning away from the cedar, taking 2 steps toward the incline, and inhaling a deep breath of pine-scented air. And then nothing. The next sensation was an overwhelming wave of disorientation, a cold nausea that felt like waking up from a deep, dreamless sleep. My chest was tight. My phone said 3:20. I immediately stopped my stopwatch and it read 15:02. 15 minutes and 2 seconds were gone. I wasn't injured. My pack was still snug. My water bottle was still capped. But I was no longer standing 2 steps past the cedar. I was 100 yards back down the trail, near a little stream crossing I'd passed long ago. How I had moved backwards, uphill, without noticing, was impossible. My control shattered. I'm not the kind of person who hallucinates or blacks out. I systematically began the terrifying task of retracing my steps. I walked back up to the cedar tree, checked the path. Had I slipped? Hit my head? There were no signs of a struggle or scuff marks in the dirt. No blood. But when I got back to the spot where I'd woken up, near the stream, I noticed something that hadn't been there before. Tucked away between 2 boulders, not naturally, but with deliberate, meticulous care, was a small 3-tiered pile of stones. A cairn. My heart started to pound with a bit of franticness, uneven rhythm. I knew the trail. I knew the cairn hadn't been there at 3:05. It was too fresh. The stones looked recently disturbed. And the stones themselves weren't typical of the immediate area. They were smooth, dark river rocks. Someone must have carried them from the stream bed. I had built it. I had to have. During those 15 minutes, something seemed to have taken over my consciousness and marched me backwards down the trail. I gathered those specific rocks and built a small, ritualistic pile, a marker. And I had zero recollection of the labor. But I knew that I'd been hijacked. Hijacked of that time. I was suddenly filled with this unimaginable dread. And I couldn't bring myself to finish the hike, which I should go on record and say I don't do. I ran down the mountain, my precision abandoned for pure, blinding panic. What did I do for those 15 minutes? What did I leave behind that wasn't that? Did I interact with anyone? Did I say anything in my own voice? The next day, the paranoia was a physical weight. I checked my phone logs, my financial records, anything that would show an outside interaction. Nothing. It was a clean break. But when I got home and unpacked my gear, I found one final, devastating piece of evidence that something had gone wrong. Tucked deep in the coin pocket of my hiking shorts, which I'd worn unwashed since the incident, was a single small, perfectly black stone. It wasn't one of the dark river rocks from the cairn. This was an obsidian smooth one, completely foreign to the trail, and not one I remember picking up. I knew I hadn't picked it up, yet I must have. I don't know what happened on that mountain, but a day later I was just looking in the bathroom mirror, and just above my right ear, where it was easily covered by my hair, I saw a mark. It wasn't really a bruise. It was this faint, linear scratch, perfectly horizontal. It was so fine that it looked like a pencil mark, but I'd never seen it before, and it lasted for days. And sure, that could be nothing, but I do know this. There's a 15-minute hole in my life, and during that time, I believe I was fully functional. My body was active, and my consciousness was elsewhere. And the thing that replaced it was quiet, and I think it left a small mark. I just have no idea why. But I find that I look at people around me closely, my colleagues, my neighbors. I'm just checking for signs of their own lost moments or marks. That probably sounds crazy, but you have to understand that this experience, it felt crazy. And I've never had anything like it happen before or since. And I've been basically paranoid about it for 5 years. Still, nothing, but always, what was it? The drive from my sister's place in Santa Fe back to Denver is about 6 hours. A stretch of highway that I've done so many times I could probably do it in my sleep. Most of it is empty road, and once the sun goes down, it's just you, your headlights, and the vast black canvas of high desert. I remember this night I left later than I meant to, so it was almost midnight when I hit the most isolated part of the journey, where the hills start to flatten out and cell service goes to die. I was just sipping my lukewarm coffee and singing poorly along with some playlist when I saw a man. He was standing on the shoulder, silhouetted sharply by my approaching beams, a hitchhiker. Now, I'm a cautious person. I've read books, I've heard podcasts, and I've also been stuck on the side of the road myself. My general rule is never pick up men, and never pick up anyone on a road that's isolated. But there was something unnerving about him, something extra. It wasn't just that he was out here, it was what he was carrying. He was tall and broad, dressed in dark clothing, and he had a massive military-style duffel at his feet. But the bag was empty. It was flat and wrinkled. It didn't seem to have any weight to it at all. He wasn't even attempting to stick out his thumb. He was just standing there, gazing into the blackness. As I sped past him at 70 miles an hour, I caught a quick glimpse of his face in my peripheral vision, pale, emotionless, and staring straight ahead. I felt a sudden sharp instinct, like an ice-cold flood of adrenaline telling me to go, go, go. This was more than just a man who needed a ride. This was a person whose presence felt fundamentally wrong. I pressed the gas pedal down, pushing my speed a little higher than I should have. I drove for maybe 20 minutes trying to shake off the weird feeling, but I couldn't. The image of the slack, empty duffel bag kept replaying in my mind. The entire incident felt like a scene from a bad thriller, but it was just so strange and it unsettled me completely. Finally, I saw the welcome sign for a rest area and a gas station, one of the few brightly lit islands in that part of the state. I pulled off, deciding I needed to stretch my legs and, more importantly, call a friend. SARA. I needed her to talk me down. I parked by the brightly lit pump area, figuring safety and visibility. I put the truck in park and started to dial SARA's number. As the phone rang, I glanced up into my side view mirror. My heart slammed against my rib cage, so hard that I physically gasped. Walking along the dark perimeter of the parking lot, just past the glow of the gas station lights, it was that same hitchhiker. He was wearing the same dark clothes, same heavy, broad build, and he was walking with this strange, detached stride toward the back of the rest area. It was impossible. He was miles back on an empty stretch of road, and I had been driving well over the speed limit. There was no way he could have caught up. But the most chilling thing was his duffel. This time the bag wasn't empty. It was bloated and heavy, slung over his shoulder, pulling his body slightly off balance. It looked packed, solid, lumpy and misshapen, as if it contained something dense. The longer I looked, the more it seemed like the bag was wet. I dropped my phone. It clattered against the console, but I barely registered the sound. My mind was screaming. A car had passed me at high speeds a while back. I hadn't thought anything of it because it was better than them following me aggressively. He had to have been in that car. Or he had a different and possible speed that defied logic. Either way, the duffel I saw an hour ago was now full and soaked in something, and I was parked alone right where he was heading. I didn't try to rationalize it. The primal instinct that had warned me to get on the highway flared up tenfold. Starting the car, I screamed when I looked back to see that he was carrying something large and metallic in his hand. I locked every door on the truck, checked them twice, picked up my phone. I didn't dial SARA again. I immediately called the non-emergency number. He picked up his pace, and he was almost to my car. Emergency services answered. My voice was shaking as I described the man. I described the location and the profoundly unsettling bag he was carrying. "Ma'am, stay in your vehicle. Do not engage," the dispatcher said calmly. Hell no. I wasn't going to wait. Before the dispatcher could tell me to hold, I put the car in reverse and sped out of there, almost hitting the guy as I did. I drove out of that rest stop and onto the highway, keeping the dispatcher on the line the entire time. I didn't pull over again until I saw fluorescent lights in my rear view of my own. It was the police that dispatchers had sent my way. They were really interested in getting a statement from me. They wanted to know exactly what this guy looked like. If I'd seen him, did I know him? A lot of information that they were looking for I didn't have, but something told me he wasn't good. I never found out who he was or what was in the bag, but the police took my statement in such a way it's always made me wonder. To this day, the image of that full, heavy silhouette of a man appearing right behind me, after I thought I'd already had the creepiest experience of my night. After the whole experience, I really wasn't even tired anymore. Instead of stopping in another truck stop or rest area, I decided to just make the drive home. But I do think this is a good lesson in not picking up hitchhikers. There's a wooden cross on the bend of a 2-lane highway just before taking the exit to my small town. I've lived here for years. Family lived out here, and after I graduated, I came to work for my uncle's roofing company. I casually gazed at this cross while passing by upwards between 3 or 4 times a day. It's a good reminder to slow down driving through these hills. The longer you live here, the easier twists and turns become. I'd like to hope I'm not the only one that pumps their brakes a little more when driving these roads. Sadly, this wooden cross isn't alone. Every few miles you'll see another one. A lot on such a small stretch of highway. But I'd find out. The crosses aren't at all an accurate depiction of the deaths that have happened. And while many of these are from driving under the influence, other accidents have had us scratching our heads when reading about them on our police department's Twitter account. Since I moved out here, I never liked driving on our highway at night. To easily sum it up, it's a twisty, thin road with a lane for east and a lane for west, divided by a thin yellow line. On each of the other sides are steep, mountainous drops. The only lights helping you see are the ones attached to your car. It's easy to see how most of the accidents occur. But then a notification will light up my phone telling me that they found a truck, unoccupied, with its hazards blinking. They identified the vehicle's owner from the wallet left in the glove box. They put on an extensive search in the area, but from what I know, the guy never came back to his car, and he was never found. I myself have seen balls of light racing in and out of the trees. Around here, no one's gonna think you're telling a lie if you mention Bigfoot. I've seen 2 of those big fuckers duking it out with each other right in the middle of the road. At least that's what it looked like. Either that or a big furry rock slide, and oddly enough, I haven't seen a furry rock. Mossy rocks I've seen, but rocks screaming and swinging on each other like massive gorillas with long legs rolling down an embankment and off another. If I was any closer, they probably would have taken me off the edge with them. We think they live in the abandoned mining caves located around town. Guns don't work on them. My buddy tried blasting one in his backyard, but that just pissed it off. He ended up getting all of his windows smashed in by a showering of big rocks being thrown periodically through the night until sunrise. Most of the time, they just stay out of our way. It's rare to actually see one up close, but I wasn't trying to make this about Bigfoot. I apologize, because honestly, I don't think they're the ones to blame for the accidents. Driving down this highway, I've also seen spirits manifest in the road. If I didn't have my wits about me, I would have naturally cranked the wheel until my car went off a cliff from a 90-degree turning angle. The city repairs the thin metal barrier, but the rubber tire marks remain on the pavement for years. There's something deeply creepy about seeing these faded trails that lead straight off the edge of the road. From the stories I've heard from others that have seen them, they think the spirits are intentionally trying to scare the drivers off the cliff because they're lonely. With so many deaths, I don't know how they could be so lonely, though. There should be enough souls out there to throw a mini festival, decades and decades of them. The county couldn't financially undertake the job that it would take to make this road safer, at least not anytime soon. All we could do is buckle up and drive cautiously. The wildlife around here stay mostly in the forested area. I've only had to slow down for a half full of deer crossing the road. But some people, they'll go as far as to tell you that the deer can't be trusted. This last one I actually heard a couple weeks ago down at the bar. A lady from one of our neighboring towns had walked into the bar, telling everyone that on her drive in, she saw a deer on the side of the road. It was standing up on two legs. Its face looked decayed, more skeleton than skin. It had huge black eyes, and it stared at her when she sped by. When she looked in her rearview mirror, it was chasing her. She floored it the rest of the way to the bar. The old pervs were the first to offer words of advice and trade horror stories in line with hers. One going as far as to blame these accidents on the deer. And at this point, I'd be a fool to rule anything out that seems too strange to be true. I've believed in spirits, but I've never had my own experience. Not until I moved into a 1930s cabin in the Santa Cruz Mountains. Lone Pico, if you're familiar with the area. It's the neighborhood where Jerry Garcia lost his finger as a child. The finger was never recovered, fun fact, but that's another story. The cabin was absolutely quaint, with a huge wraparound deck above the redwoods. Magical. We were immediately in love. The only creepy thing I noticed at first was that the laundry room or basement was only accessible by stairs outside of the house. Meaning if you needed to wash at night, you had to go out in the pitch black darkness and down the stairs. Super creepy. To brighten the basement up, I strung a long string of fairy lights around, but due to the moisture, the batteries in the box corroded and I took them out. This is important for later in this story. My boyfriend at the time worked nights, so I was alone a lot. I would work on my computer in the living room, and fairly often, out of nowhere, I'd feel a presence standing in the hallway, watching me. Nothing was ever there, but it always came from that same place. One time, I dog-sat a cute old pup. The second his owner left the house, the dog started growling at the hallway and stood in front to protect me. I sort of smirked, thinking how strange, he senses it too. And he didn't know me at all, no reason to protect me, really. Jump to a week before the big occurrence. I felt the presence in the hallway again and decided to speak to it. I went in the hallway and was like, "Listen, dude, you can be here, but you can't scare me like this. It's creeping me out. If you want to show your presence, just don't scare me." A week later, Santa Cruz was hit with the worst winter storm in 30 years, and our power was out for a week. One night, the boyfriend and I decided to go into town for a few hours. Before we left, we went around and turned off all the battery-powered lights that we had turned on, It's pitch black at night with no power. I turned off my headlamp, twinkle lights around the windows, and boyfriend turned off his flashlight. Then we headed into town. Around midnight, we returned. As we pulled into the driveway, every window in our house was pulsing light. I was totally freaked out. My boyfriend assured me that we must have left a light on. As we entered the cabin, I saw that all the twinkly lights were on blinking mode. I yelled for him to turn them off. There was no way I left them on. But he brushed me off. Except then, I looked at my headlamp on the table. It was also on blinking mode. "Ghosts, ghosts," I yelled to him. And just as he was about to brush me off again, he entered the bedroom where his flashlight had been. He said, and brought the flashlight out. It was also on blink mode. I was excited for a little while, but eventually it wore off and I went to sleep. The next day, I forgot about it, and that evening I ventured down to the basement to do laundry. Remember how it's pitch black outside? As I approached the basement door, I gasped. From under the door, I saw blinking lights. I couldn't stop laughing, and I was in disbelief. I knew there were no batteries in that light box. I opened the door, and sure enough, my string lights were on blink mode, and there was no batteries in the box. All the connections still corroded with acid. The ghost did exactly what I had asked. It showed its presence in a way that didn't scare me. It was almost silly. I never felt him again in the house. When I was 13, I spent a month at my uncle's ranch. He was short on help, and I wanted to learn how to see the mountains. There wasn't as much downtime as I imagined when I first agreed to go, but I managed to find a few hours to myself in the evenings. Mostly, I just explored the property. I especially liked hiking the trails. Uncle Leo gave me a Sunday off to explore properly, but warned me not to go past any area marked with stacked stones. I made a joke about the Blair Witch, but he said that they were there to mark bear territory. That put the proper level of fear into me, and I was determined to stay off those paths. I left at sunup and had a grand old time for the first half of the day. By lunch, I was well into new territory and ate my sandwich with a magnificent view of the mountains and valleys. Shortly after, I ran into an area blocked by stone piles and decided it was time to start heading back if I wanted to get home by dark. Just as I turned around, I heard a dog whimper behind me. The week before, my uncle's dog had gone missing, and we'd just about given up hope on finding him. I looked back just in time to see him walk behind a tree, and I called after him. I couldn't just leave, so I got the rope out of my bag and I went to go fetch him. I kept calling for him the whole time, but he wouldn't come out of the thicket. I could only see his face through the brush, but he was still whimpering, so I thought he must be hurt. I cut back the overgrowth as best I could. I only had my eyes off of him for a second, but when I looked back, he was gone. There's no way he got out that fast or that quietly, but he wasn't there anymore. I called for him again and looked through the surrounding brush. There was no sign of him. I didn't want to leave him with bears, but I didn't want to be out there alone past dark either. Ultimately, I settled for going back and getting help and a few guns. I must have wandered further than I thought because the stone piles weren't nearly as close as I expected. I went in circles for 10 to 15 minutes before I finally got going far enough to find them. I barely made it half a mile before two of the other hands rode up on four-wheelers, hooting and hollering. Jay hopped off and ran over to me while Marcus shouted, "We found him," into the radio. My heart sank. I thought that there had been some kind of accident or Leo had a heart attack, but all the fuss was over me. When it was finally calm enough for normal communication, I learned that everyone came looking for me when I didn't return on Sunday. It was now Monday evening. They'd been looking all day, and an actual search and rescue team was on the way. Even my parents were on a plane. I've never before or since been so confused in my life. I'm still confused. I'd forgotten all about Buck until it was my turn to explain. When I got to his part of the story, my uncle turned white, told me whatever I saw wasn't Buck. Buck came home that Sunday morning, an hour or so after I left. It couldn't have been him. But I saw him. It's not like I caught a glimpse of a random animal as it was running away. I saw that dog. Only it wasn't him. I couldn't have looked for Buck for more than a half hour at most, and that's stretching it. Yet I had lost almost a full day. I never saw the sun go down. I never watched it rise. But I left Sunday morning and came home Monday evening. God, it sounds like a bad riddle. And I guess in a way it is a bad riddle, because what the hell happened? Besides a few scratches from digging through the overgrowth, there was nothing wrong with me. I was starving and more tired than I'd ever been, but that seemed understandable given the amount of stress I was under. I don't know, but if any of you have the answer, I'd sure like to hear it. I'm 18 and just finished my senior year. A lumber company recently bought some land behind my house and clear-cut the woods. When they left, we discovered an old cemetery about a half-mile back. There's maybe a dozen graves, the most recent being from 1864. The headstones were all faded and covered with overgrowth to the point that most of them were unreadable. Since I wasn't busy with school, I decided to clean them off and get a few tips from YouTube. Apparently, there's entire channels dedicated to people restoring random old tombstones. Go figure. My friend and girlfriend came to help on the last day. We didn't get out there until late afternoon, so we were just finishing the last two as the sun was going down. While we were packing up, Leela screamed because she saw a dark silhouette moving between the graves. We shined our flashlights all over the area, but nothing was there. And then as we were driving away, we all saw someone run behind the gravestone and disappear. They just never came out on the other side, and it wasn't very big. A person shouldn't have been able to hide behind it. Leela was too freaked out to return, but Dylan and I went back the next day to look around. We both tried to hide behind the same grave, but it wasn't big enough to cover either of us. And Dylan is pretty small. The figure that we saw was definitely my size or bigger. Even if someone laid flat, we should still be able to see them. I had to know if it was a ghost or a trespasser, so we went back again the next night, sat in the truck with the lights off. The moon gave us just enough light to make out our surroundings, and we brought a spotlight just in case. I'm sure ghost hunting is fun when you're walking around a huge cemetery or an abandoned psych ward, but when you're just waiting in a truck, it's pretty dull. About 30 minutes in, we were both ready to leave, but we agreed to stay at least an hour for science. That's when Dylan decided he couldn't wait to pee, and he stepped out. I told him, do not piss near the graves. It's like the first rule of graveyards. I wanted to see a ghost, not piss one off. I shouldn't have said anything, because that just gave Dylan the idea to expedite the hunt. He walked right up to the big headstone and did his business all over the front of it. Then he stumbled forward, screamed for the light, and began turning in circles like he was looking for someone. I got the light on him, but there was nothing else around. When he came back to the truck, he was pale and shaking. I've known Dylan since kindergarten, and he's the worst liar I've ever met. There's no way that he put on an act that convincing. He said someone pushed him from behind, but it stung. I looked at his back, and there were faint red scratch marks right in the middle of his shoulder blades. He was never out of my sight. Nobody was behind him, at least no one that we could see. He wanted to leave right then, but I convinced him to stay for an extra half hour. I mean, that's what we came for, isn't it? A few minutes later, we started to hear a noise,
like someone was tapping their fingers on the side of the truck. I got the light, but as soon as I turned it toward the sound, it stopped. Nothing was there. I turned it off again, but the tapping never resumed, and Dylan wasn't willing to stay a single extra minute past the deadline. I turned on the high beams and started to reverse out of there, but when I looked into the rearview mirror, it was my turn to scream. There was a man in my back seat. He was dressed like an Amish person. There was no skin to the left side of his face. Suddenly, ghost hunting was no longer a sport I wanted to participate in. I jumped out of the truck, shined my flashlight into the back seat, but it was empty. Dylan saw nothing, but he screamed and got out too. Once I explained, we had a short debate over whether it was the best idea to drive back or walk, but walking through the dark fields seemed worse. After an extremely thorough inspection, I drove us back without glancing into the mirrors. We haven't been back to that graveyard, but I think that ghost guy followed Dylan home. He's had things in his room fall off shelves, his keys get moved, and he's seen someone walk past his door while being home alone. This week, when I saw him, he had more scratches on his back. He doesn't remember getting them, just that they were there when he woke up. I know this makes me sound horrible, but part of me is just so relieved that nothing followed me home. I mean, to be fair, I told him not to piss on the graves.
It could have been a baby bear, but I'm convinced it wasn't. During a camping trip to northern Ontario in 2012, I believe I saw a baby Bigfoot. I was 16 at the time, tagging along with my friend and his family for a trip to Algonquin Park. It was my first real adventure into the Canadian wilderness, and I was excited to soak everything in. The towering trees, the different air, the feeling of being completely surrounded by nature. It was different for me. During one of our hikes, we were walking a winding trail through the dense forest when something unusual caught my eye. A flash of black against the vibrant red of a maple tree stood out among the greens and browns around us. I stopped, squinting, and I realized it was a small creature perched on one of the higher branches. It was facing the trunk of the tree, crouched low, as if trying to hide. At first, my logical brain thought that it might be a baby bear, but as I studied it, I began to notice things that didn't add up. For one, its limbs looked too long and lean for a baby bear cub. More like arms with small, dexterous hands gripping the bark. Its head seemed rounder, with no visible muzzle or snout like you'd expect on a bear, and when it turned its head slightly, I could see intelligent, curious eyes staring back at me. Eyes that seemed more human than animal. We locked eyes for what felt like several seconds, and that's when it did something strange. The creature pressed itself closer to the tree, hugging the trunk tightly, as if it thought that by hiding its face, I wouldn't be able to see it anymore. It was almost childlike, as if it didn't fully understand how hiding worked. I couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for it. It looked scared, but not aggressive. "Hey, look," I called out to the group, pointing up at the tree. Everyone stopped, following my gaze. "What is that?" "Oh, it's just a baby bear," someone said dismissively. "We better keep moving before the mama bear shows up." But even as the others began walking again, I couldn't tear my eyes away from the creature. The more I looked, the less it resembled a bear. The way it clung to the tree, its slender fingers curling around the bark. It was deliberate, so human. And the way it pressed its face into the trunk, as if trying to disappear, was something I couldn't imagine a bear doing. I tried to explain what I was seeing, but no one seemed interested. "It's just a bear cub," they repeated, waving me off. But deep down, I knew they were wrong. I knew what I saw wasn't a bear. It couldn't have been. Bears don't have hands like that. Bears don't behave like that. I've thought about that moment often over the years, replaying it in my mind. What was it? A young Bigfoot? Some other creature we don't understand? I'll never know for sure, but I wish I could go back and take a closer look. Maybe snap a picture or find some proof. People still doubt me when I tell the story, but I stand by what I saw. It wasn't a baby bear. It was something else. Something extraordinary. I was driving home after visiting my mom out of state. It's a 9-hour trip through mostly empty stretches of highway. I usually try to do it all in one go, but this time I was dragging. Around 2 a.m., I decided to stop and rest my eyes for a bit. I pulled into a rest stop just over the state line, one of those older ones, fluorescent lights humming above cracked pavement, vending machines inside a building that smelled like old coffee and disinfectant. There was one other car in the lot, parked way over in the corner. No lights on. Looked empty. I went inside to use the bathroom and grab a soda. There was a woman already there, standing near the vending machines, facing them like she was trying to make a decision. She didn't acknowledge me, just stood there, completely motionless. Something about it kind of made my skin crawl. It was subtle, barely anything I could name, but the way that she was standing felt off script, like someone had posed her and walked away. Her limbs didn't hang naturally, and her body didn't shift weight or breathe the way a person would when they're alone in a quiet space. I cleared my throat and I said something like, "Long night?" She turned her head just slightly, just enough for me to see her eyes. They were a bit wide, not in surprise, just in a frozen way, like she hadn't blinked in minutes. Her face didn't really move, but her mouth pulled into a smile, looked more like a crack spreading through porcelain, but a smile nonetheless. I found myself stepping back, but I told myself I was being dramatic, overly tired and imagining things. But I ducked into the bathroom, just to put a door between us. I waited longer than I needed to, hoped that she'd be gone by the time I came out. When I stepped back into the main room, the place was empty, but I hadn't heard the door open. No footsteps, no sounds at all. Outside, her car was still in the same spot, but now the back door was hanging open. Not wide, just enough. I didn't look inside. I just got in my car and I locked the doors, and I left. A few miles down the highway, I pulled into a different rest stop. Brighter lights, people milling around. A little safer feeling, I guess. Near the bathrooms was a bulletin board. There was faded flyers, but a missing person poster. A few of them. And there she was. Julie. Last seen 8 years ago. Disappeared from a rest stop. I took down the number. I reported what I saw, even though deep down, I don't think what I saw was a missing person. I think it was a ghost. Her ghost. As far as I know, she's never been found.